Hello, hello, hello. We are live, guys. I'm just popping myself up here on my phone so that I can see what you guys are seeing. Make sure I don't fail to screen share or think that I'm doing something and I'm not. So bear with me for a second. There we go. I don't mind bringing some people. Maybe I'll talk a little bit, give quickly some of my thoughts, and then after we can have LA come on. I messaged her. I messaged Xander. If somebody wants to message maybe Jeff Benoit, I'm sure that he'd have some thoughts. So we're going to look at the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. We're going to look at the dark side. All these stuff, you have the World Economic Forum, they kind of have their agenda and their stated goals. The United Nations, they have their stated goals. Pretty much it's just different chapters of the same team. This is basically private enterprises working with the government. So private and government together, which is basically fascism. And it's never good when extremely rich companies that monopolize the market are in bed with the government, because at that point it doesn't take much brains to figure out that the people's best interest is no longer the priority, is it? And that's why you'll see with the World Economic Forum, stakeholder capitalism. So it's basically the people who own these large companies who have shares and a stake in the capital. They're going to be our overlords, basically. So let's look superficially at some of these global goals for 2030 agenda of sustainable development. And we'll see how it sounds good, but it's not really good. So that's why I'm calling it pretty much the dark side of this 2030 agenda. The driving force, the crisis, the necessary crisis, primarily that will be the driving force of this, is obviously climate change, the climate crisis. So they have to make this an existential crisis so that they can take our rights away for Mother Earth. For example, they'll have the idea of bringing a week, once a week, kind of like a Sabbath, a Sabbath, but it's not a Sabbath for the population. It's not a Sabbath for the people. It's not a 1 day per week rest for everybody. It's basically a Sabbath for Mommy Earth. And what I mean by that is once a week, the idea is you're quarantined to your home. And then you'll get the typical jargon called, the essential and the non-essential workers and things like that. So people that are running the essential things like hospitals and stuff like that, and pot stores and alcohol store, the essentials, right? While everybody else doesn't make money on that day. So we can kind of go everywhere here. I did not plan any of this. Like I often do, I find out that I am alone, and Michelle can't, she's stuck in traffic and it's not worth her coming home, so she has to pick up my oldest. So I might be maybe alone till 8. And as long as I'm alone, then we can stream. If for some reason plans change and she arrives, maybe I'll cut this within an hour. Thanks to Darla. Darla is posting the Patreon. That's Jason Schwartz Nutrition. So basically, I'll help you out with anything you want. But I had lost a lot of weight with the ketogenic diet, and I had maintained my weight very well for a good solid 4 years. This year I slacked off, but I never returned to where I was around 230. But I can balloon up to about 200, which I think I'm currently here. I've been sneaking in some Haagen-Dazs, guys. So overall, though, I think that I haven't ever ballooned back up to 230, because even when I'm not consistent and I'm cheating kind of thing, I'm still quite low carbohydrates, very, very low on the carbs overall, which helps me to lose weight. So because I lost weight with the ketogenic diet, and I did a lot of research, not YouTube research, not Google research, like, going to the medical journals and trying to find the science behind it to make sure that the ketogenic diet is safe. Everything done to the extreme can be dangerous. Fasting has wonderful benefits, but fasting, there's a bell curve. You get lots of benefits, but there's a certain point where there's no need to fast further, and if you continue, you're getting no benefit, and then you could run into severe complications and stuff like that. So so if somebody's in a hurry to lose weight, I do the ketogenic diet. If somebody is, doesn't want to go so extreme with the carbohydrate restriction, then low carb. If you want to do 50, you'll do well with 50 grams per day. If you want to do 100, you'll lose slower, but we'll be able to lose. And I'm not really a nutritionist for athletes or anything like that. It's primarily for people who have, struggled with the traditional eat less, move more, calorie restriction, and eat salad for the rest of your life kind of thing, and be constantly hungry. So this is not a ketogenic diet stream, but if you're interested, you can go to my Patreons. A lot of people for now I think they just subscribed there because they wanted to encourage me and support my channel. So they went to my Patreon because I've contacted, and everyone's just wanted to donate. So that's a way of donating. But now we do have memberships. Xander Mavrov and Darla are members. You can see with the little icon that's right beside their names, and there's different colors depending how long they've been members. For now, it's a way of supporting the channel, probably a better way to support the channel than the Patreon, because I feel bad people just giving me money on Patreon, not asking any questions about diet. Also, Jason Schwartz Nutrition on Patreon is about fasting, intermittent fasting, and it's basically understanding macronutrients, not just like following a diet. It's understanding nutrition, understanding what protein, carbs, fat, what hormones such as insulin, and basically we don't have to go through human biology to depth, but just enough to understand, and it's not that hard to understand. But the big businesses, the big food corporations, have confused the heck, and that confusion started in the 1930s. So we'll leave it at that, and we'll stick to the 2030 agenda, and we're going to look at the dark side of that, and then we can invite some people on, and you guys can, we can end up having a discussion. So Xander is in the house. Xander said, doing a little side job, but listening in. So he will be listening. And I think LA said she'd be in a little later. Got OTW live in the house. How you doing, OTW? Delta Dog. Hi, Jason. We got Kai as well. Justin Branch. OTW live. I have thoughts on that topic. Please share in the comments. Delta OTW. Callan Bresden. Hello. Hi, Darla. That's Justin Branch. Thanks, Justin, for coming over. We have our friend and member supporter, Pat Crassar. Salut, man, ça va bien? LA. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. And I'm listening, just finishing up my second job now and about to engage. Just gonna keep on going. So for my channel, guys, sometimes we'll have like up to 30, 40 people now. And the community becomes, the live chat gets very active, obviously, and that's amazing. I don't want to waste too much time looking at chats if you guys are just communicating amongst yourselves, which is wonderful that you're doing that. But I would feel awful missing a statement that you said, and it's like Jason's never acknowledging when I say something to him or something like that. Please put everything in cap locks, everything cap locks. That way, as I'm scrolling, I catch it right away. I'm able to stop. And so if you have questions, if you have statements that you want me to acknowledge during the live stream, please put it all in cap locks. Besides that, what I'll end up doing is I just look for new names. So I try and acknowledge every single person. I also pretty much acknowledge every single comment to let you guys know that your interaction with my channel is deeply appreciated. Hey, Diane. Diane saying hello and is just joining in. Hey, Craig. Craig, if you hang around in the live chat, I'm going to throw in a live link. Please let me know in cap locks if you're interested in coming on, because I know that you know way more about this stuff than me. And I would actually just kind of like to ask you some questions and pick your mind about that. So I know you're probably shy, but Craig, put in cap locks. If you're willing to come on, I'm putting you on right now. I work with Craig. All right, Jules from Oregon, another channel supporter. Everyone, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. It helps pay for the StreamYard platform. And we have Honorine Belcombe is watching from Facebook. She's just saying hi. Salut, Honorine, ça va bien? She lives in our area, so she's in Quebec. All right, let's do this. So I'm thinking that I'm going to keep these kind of streams for last minute streams where I have no idea and stuff like that. I will be starting over probably within 2 weeks, hopefully earlier, time permitting, doing a regular Bible study. So you know that I call them daily breads. We've gone through most of the actual Gospels and epistles, a lot of the books of the New Testament. So we read one chapter, and then after I give commentary about all the stuff that I've learned, studying my faith and my path. So what I learn, I'm passionate about, and I like talking about it. And I love God, and I'm totally on board with Jesus. So Yeah, it's good. It's good spiritually for me. So if you are interested in Christianity, you are Christian, but maybe you don't read the Bible that much, or you don't go to church, or you don't really, you haven't gone through the Bible yet. You can go to my playlist, and my playlist has all of the sections: biblical archaeology, Bible prophecy, New Testament reliability, the Gospels, the epistles, and stuff like that. So you can go through there. They're all nicely organized. And let's get to reading this as an overview. So the global goals and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. So, development seeks to end poverty and hunger, realize the human rights of all, achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls, and ensure the lasting protection of the planet and its natural resources. The global goals are integrated and indivisible and balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: the economy, society, and the environment. Sounds good. This sounds like great stuff. All right. So, no more poverty, right? So, this is another way of saying there will be no more social classes because there will be very large corporations and extremely wealthy owners of these large corporations that will have the monopoly on these things, and it's basically going to have no classes. There won't be any poor. There won't be any middle class. There'll just be the insanely powerful and rich that own everything, and then everybody, like it is in communism, is equal, right? And what they feel is like it's like end poverty. Okay, so we'll all be insanely rich? No, they'll supply us what they feel is sustainable, right? Because if we're all like rich and stuff like that, and we're flying around on holidays and we're doing that because there's no more poverty and stuff like that, that's not sustainable. They're not talking about it that way. It's basically with capitalism, you do have classes. But with communism, everyone is equally poor and equally screwed. Zero hunger. So, zero hunger. The goal, too, is to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Okay, so you know that my YouTube channel initially was Fast Keto Prime. I have a nutrition channel, and animal food is the real food. Animal food, animal fat, and animal organs that humans used to prize actually the organs over the muscle meat. This has changed, especially in the West. Our grandparents at least had a liver, and now a lot of people don't even eat even liver. It's out of style now. So here it is obviously zero hunger, but we know what they're currently doing at the moment. At the moment, they are squeezing farmers, and they are restricting by 2030. They want to reduce fertilizer usage by 40%. That is insane. So what they're going to do with these stupid goals is that they're able to provide calories. Calories are super easy. Okay, all of the subsidized corn, rice, grains, barleys, all of those that are rich in energy in the form of carbohydrates, devoid of really nutrients. All of these kinds of grains, actually, many anti-nutrients that are and phytochemicals that are defense mechanisms that the plants use. So the improved nutrition is going to be based on large food corporations. We know that the food pyramid is completely backwards. Okay, protein and fat, which is the building blocks and is where all the fat soluble vitamins are, is what our body should have the majority of, and we can supplement with additional calories through the use of carbohydrates. But they're trying to say that it's the fruits and the vegetables that are mammy earth's natural vitamins and stuff like that, when the majority of these vitamins are in forms that are not even able to be actively used by the body immediately. What I mean by that is you have vitamin A. Vitamin A in animal food is retinol. So that's where you get your retina. Okay, so vitamin A, among other things, has a lot to do with vision. And it's in the form of retinol in animal food. In plants, there's no vitamin A. There is no vitamin A. There is just beta carotene, and that's a precursor that needs enzymes to convert into retinol. And within our population, there's some people that can only convert retinol at 5%, some 65%. So at very best, you're losing half of this during the conversion process. And we see this happening throughout all of the plant kingdom. We have in the animal food heme iron that is much easily absorbed. Again, we name our eyes after retina in animal food. We name heme iron, okay, hemoglobin, right? The iron in our blood that transports oxygen is hemoglobin. And when you're eating iron found in animal food, it's heme iron. It's the stuff in the animal food is ready to be absorbed immediately because we're mammals. And when we're eating mammals, there we go. It's very similar. When we're eating plants, we're very different from plants. So plants have their forms of hormones. They have their forms of vitamins. But it's a huge lie that this is a whole food plant-based diet. It is a peasant diet. It is a diet that is devoid of a lot of essential nutrients. It's a diet that not only has a lack of a lot of essential nutrients, but they have anti-nutrients that are in there. There's oxalate, there's lectins, there's tannins. These are all, in a way, phytochemicals that the plants use to fight off enemies, because that's their way of protecting themselves. Some plants are poisonous. Why? It's their way of fighting back. So for here, it's going to be, I think, rationing, okay, global rationing, because agriculture, they say, is a huge pollutant, right? And they focus on the cows, and stuff like that, the animal foods, but monocropping is horrible. And the food process, the way we process food is so opposite the natural cycle of life, where ruminant animals would eat grass, and then after they're stepping, they're peeing, they're pooping, and all of the pee, the poop, and making holes in with their hoofs and stuff like that, and they graze all together, kind of thing, and they move because of predators. They don't stay in one spot. This builds the topsoil. what they're using now, the reason they want to reduce 40% the fertilizer is that all of these fertilizers is not manure. So they make, in many places they make the manure a biohazard that needs to be dealt with and not used for agricultural farming, for plant farming. But then after, they'll use petroleum-based fertilizers because so instead of integrating where the farming system would have for maybe whatever X amount of time in this pasture grazing the ruminant animals that are grass fed. And then after, there's crops over there. And then, they cycle it over here, the crops there, the cows are there, and just rotating and stuff like that, so that you're building topsoil as you go. It's like communism. The promise of communism was equality for all, no more poverty, no more hunger, right? Because, poverty brings hunger. But now we're going to have sustainable agriculture. We're going to achieve food security. Now, they also, it's not a big secret that they want to depopulate us, guys. So if you're looking over here, you look at spermicidal corn. And I'm having more and more trouble finding this more and more. It was super easy to find this article about spermicidal corn. So it's a genetically modified I can't find it anymore. I have popped this article up many times. Spermicidal corn. So it's a GMO'd corn that, when ingested, causes a spermicidal effect. So it can be like a contraceptive usage. Now, I don't trust these large corporations that are telling us, that. Sorry, Craig. I just read what Craig said. I got to watch out for sharing stuff because now that I'm monetized, I might I get demonetized if I share stuff. But get you up here, Craig. Stop being a chicken and click on the StreamYard link. I'm still trying to find this spermicidal corn thing. I'm telling you, I bet you they've hit it. Wow. I am really, really. What's this talk about? Children of the Corn, GMO. Yeah, but this is like an article, so I can't fact check this stuff. Deny. I'm wondering if it's something similar though. There has been a concerted national effort by citizens to have the U.S. government label GMOs. Opposing it, our government's intent not only to keep them unlabeled in the U.S., but efforts at the international level by the U.S. government to remove all labeling of GMO. I'm trying to look at here. Looked like they were talking about something. Here, let's see if it's here. Hein explained that, Hein explained that they had taken antibodies from women with a rare condition known as immune infertility, isolated the gene that regulated the manufacture of those infertility antibodies, and using genetic engineering techniques, had inserted the gene into ordinary corn seeds used to produce corn plants. In this manner, they have produced a concealed contraceptive embedded in corn meant for human consumption. Essentially, the antibodies are attracted surface receptors on the sperm. They latch on and make each sperm so heavy it cannot move forward. It just shakes about as if it was doing the lambada. Okay, so yeah. So at least I found something talking about it. But this article on Google Scholar, for example, and stuff like that, was extremely easy to find. I even 6 months ago, I popped it up. So what I'm talking about here then is my concern that we already have about 4 insanely large companies that own all of these food companies. You think that food companies are competing against each other, but when you look at this large corporation that owns all of the different kinds of foods that you would think are different brands competing, but they're all owned by very big companies. And so I am concerned that with this, no more hunger for anybody and stuff like that, it's that they're going to come after anybody who's trying to homestead, anyone trying to go off grid, anybody who wants to just have even, their own chickens in the backyard. It's going to be all again because of like, well, you could have bird flu, you could have avian flu, you could have swine flu, you can't have pigs, and this is unsafe. Some pandemic's going to erupt if people are actually have animals in their backyard that they're eating. The like that's horrible. So they're going to basically tell us more and more what we're allowed to do on our land and what we're not allowed to do, and they're going to remove our ability to kind of go, fungula to you, and start going off grid, or start having 5 families, and starting to homestead together, and put ruminant animals on land to build the topsoil. Communities starting to say this, we're going to start forming networks amongst. Once that happens, they're just going to use bureaucratic means to ban, and to just put up legislation for this, put up a law for that, a bylaw for this. And that's pretty much my concern. So we're going to have like GMO corn that can be creating, contraceptive. If there's a patent on it, then they're going to try it. Then there's something. Watch this. I'm gonna. At this point, I'm gonna be quite frustrated if this doesn't show up. It's called the medical egg, or medicinal egg. The chicken egg has a storied history in medicine. Even today, millions of ordinary fertilized eggs are each punctured with a drill and injected with flu virus to make vaccines. Now, scientists at the same research institute that cloned Dolly the sheep have produced a genetically modified rooster whose female descendants lay eggs that produce medicines in place of a protein in egg whites. Yeah, that's what I really want. I want eggs that produce psych meds and antidepressants and whatever you want. So if you look at the majority of the foods that they're attacking, right? They're attacking, the dairy industry is attacked. Dairy industry is horrible. The cows and stuff, the ruminant animal industry. And they'll just keep on going one after another, attacking the animal food. They're going to use propaganda to make us believe that a plant-based diet is healthy, is optimal. This is the greatest deception I learned when I started my weight loss journey 5 years ago. But a lot of the middle section is what they want you to eat. They want you to eat the subsidized food, and that is not the food that is found in the poultry, dairy, eggs, beef section, fish. No, that is not. And that is the real food. Mind you, even that real food, the way it's being produced, can have harmful effects just because it's so distorted from how our animal food was produced before. But this is some scary stuff. And the majority of the stuff that is found in the middle of your grocery store is, has seed oils like soybean and some form of vegetable oil that is highly inflammatory, highly oxidized, is rancid, especially when you use it for cooking. So it's very unhealthy, and it's leads to basically it destroys things. It destroys your LDL. It causes inflammation because the omega-6 is too high. You're overdosing on omega-6 basically with that, and you'll never be able to have enough omega-3 to balance out that omega-6. So even the omega-3 that you're eating, it's not even able to get into the cell because there's so many omega-6 because they're entering through the same gateway. By the way, plant food, the plant omega-3s, they're converted like 0.5, 3% into EPA and DHA. It's insane, the lack of nutrients found in these plants. And when you have animal food, it's omega-3 and DHA, EPA absorbed immediately. It's always bioavailable when it's found in animal food. Plant food, they all have their versions of it, but it's not the same. D3 is found in animal food. D2 is found in plant food. K2 is found is not found in plant food. Maybe fermented soybeans is the only source, and that's because it's created by bacteria. And we have K1 is found, and that has nothing to do with K2. So K2 is non-existent basically in the plant kingdom, and that's K2 tells basically your body where calcium is supposed to go. If you're lacking, if you have calcium but you are deficient in K2, that calcium is not being directed to where it should be. It can lead to calcification. So anyways, this is just to point out a very, very scary sentence. Scientists at the same institute that cloned Dolly the sheep have produced a genetically modified rooster whose female descendants lay eggs that produce medicines in place of a protein in egg whites. Helen Sang of the Roslin Institute in Edinburgh, Scotland, and her colleagues used lentivirus to introduce a gene into freshly fertilized chicken embryos that trigger the production of various drugs rather than the protein oval albumin. Yeah, um, it's a protein which normally makes up roughly 54% of egg whites. The researcher screened the resultant cockerels for one that produced the new gene in its semen. They then bred him with normal hens to produce a flock of chickens that carried the inserted gene, thereby producing medicines in their egg whites. Tests, we don't have to go through that completely, but we have, guys, the incredible medical genetically modified medicine egg. So with this kind of technology, we're worried about certain medical procedures if they have an ability to alter our DNA. There was concerns about that, and now I'm concerned that if I'm getting forced to eat because of sustainable development goals, and we all have to think of Mother Earth, and we have to all do our part because we're all in it together. Blah blah blah. All right. They're they're definitely going to put that into the main food supply, guys. Come on, who does not think that? Um, Jules says my computer is acting stupid today. Maybe your computer isn't acting the way it's supposed to act because you keep on calling it stupid. Ever think of that? No. Maybe computers have feelings too, Jules. Come on. And we got Jackie McDonald. Got Margaret. Hey, Margaret. Saw some disturbing stuff with maps, etc., of the U.S. Wildfires, grass fires, sick cattle, droughts, food basket getting hit. That's right. Yeah, we have all that kind of social security, retirement, disability benefits, and stuff like that. Yes, Canada's basically like the United States, but we like guns less, and we apologize way more for nothing. That's basically it. And we say a lot. But I definitely want to make Canada great again. Yeah, there you go, Craig. Come on, Craig, you chicken. Press that link. You'll see. You'll love it. We got Maria Ickman in the house. Hey, Maria. All right, we got 16 people. We hit 20 at one point. We hit 20. People are eating at this point too. LA is like asking questions. Yeah, to be honest, LA, once I started looking at all of these vitamins, the majority of them are all plant versions. So you'll like a Centrum vitamin, that's specific for women, postmenopausal for elderly, for women, pregnant, all the Centrum stuff like that. I I don't think very much of it is worth anything because it's beta carotene, it's vitamin D3, it's vitamin K1, it's all these precursors. It's not animal nutrients and stuff like that. So So I wouldn't waste much on supplements. That's just my opinion. Um, if you know where each nutrient is found in animal food, and yeah, then you know, and yeah, eat some fruit and stuff like that. I like berries. Yeah, I'm not a physician, but I don't agree with statins. I've done a pretty extensive amount of research. I have a family member that had horrible side effects from it, and the side effect, everything went away um, once he was weaned off. Um, Jason, you are so funny, but my computer is still stupid. And that's why it's acting up. Just saying. We agree to disagree. Um, all right. I am shocked. Seriously, nobody wants to come on. I have to like actually use my brain to sound smart. Thanks a lot, guys. Hey, Darla, if you see anybody that wants to come on or that's waiting in the background in the back studio, please let me know on Messenger so I can hear a ding. So we're looking at the sustainability goals just very, very quickly, and then maybe once we go through all of them, then we can like go into deeper dives where I take out my PowerPoint presentations or something, and we will look at each one of the goals, and we'll really try and dissect exactly what they're saying, how they're saying it, and what it actually means. Luke, how are you, man?
Hello, Jason.
Hello.
How are you getting
What are
on? All
your
right.
thoughts so far on the first two sustainability developments? They love us and they want to make sure that there is no more poor people and that there's no more hungry people. Sounds
Mm-hmm.
good.
Mm-hmm. It does. It
Yeah,
does. It sounds very, very tempting, Jason. I'd tell
that's
you
right.
that. But it really all depends, like I said, what's actually going to happen down. Obvious like in the years to come, isn't it? Because
Yeah,
I guarantee, like what Bruce actually said, what there many, many months ago before he passed on. He said that he said that between the year 2030 and 2035 that there's not going to be any actual petrol or even any diesel vehicles like anywhere on the road. They're all going to be scrapped.
yeah.
By
What
that.
I think, what I think, like at one point, I was saying, looking at California and stuff that have a large amount of electric vehicles. I know it's super hot there. It's not,
Mm-hmm.
but everyone's running their air conditioners in California, and like, I remember, you know, the California saying like, please don't use your air conditioners. You had all those pictures of Teslas, with generators in the back, gas generator, just hilarious stuff. And I was like, and that's what I said. I said, look, Hydro Quebec, Quebec has hydro, so that's renewable. So plugging in, if you're running off hydro, that is good because then it's hydroelectric, but it's very limited spots that have hydroelectricity. I don't even think that all of Quebec is hydroelectricity. Maybe or Canada. I'm sure it's not all the locations and stuff like that. But what I think that they're going to do is they know that if we were all driving electric cars and we're all plugging into the grid, that it would collapse. It's just not efficient enough. The wind and the solar and stuff like that, it's just not there yet. So what I think though is their plan is that we own nothing. their plan is that it's going to be, again, one large company. You have an app on your phone. When you need a car, you call a car, and the car brings you there. And these cars are serviced, and we don't own them. And this is why we had the minimalist movement, 15 years ago and stuff like that. People living in tiny, like basically, minivans and stuff like that, and getting rid and living on. And it, again, it sounds great, just like veganism sounds great.
Mm.
But it's a deception, and deceptions always, seem to be true. Um,
Mm.
so I really think that uh, uh, their plan is that no, you're not going to be a big 16. You're going to get your learner's permit and stuff like that. It
Mm.
will be public transit, and then after, let's say we want to protest something in Canada, like we're mad at the government again, and we decide that we're going to go protest in Ottawa on this day. So I'm going to call, because I own nothing, my car with my app, and I'm going to try and go there that day, and it will say that because I don't own the car, and there'll be probably self-driving cars because it'll all just be an AI system and an algorithm, and I think that they're just going to say temporarily unable to access this location of the city, because they'll be surveilling everything. So anytime the algorithms will catch when people are trying to do something using vehicles, and they'll and so a lot of that, and the no more poverty is just a basic universal welfare,
Mm.
because for now they have eight, like almost 9 billion people. They know that the majority of jobs and stuff like that are going to be way better and more efficient with AI and with robotics and stuff like that, and artificial intelligence. But what are we going to do with all of these people then that don't have jobs and stuff like that? So
Mm.
they rather just stay home, be addicted to your YouTube, do your YouTube channel at home, stay home, guys. We'll give you, your monthly credit of, digital currency and stuff like that. So everything will be blockchain, and everything will be followed. I can't give you $5 without the government knowing, and anything like that. It's just so deceptive, and it appears like it's beneficial, and it's loving, and it's caring, and it's equality, but it's basically a globalist agenda.
Mm.
And the fact that many of us are, me included, very ignorant about Marxism and communism, and really like studying the history by historians and books that were written, stuff like that, to really know what did they do to the population, and how did they deceive the population? What were they telling the population at the start, before, how did North Korea look prior to where it is now, things like that.
Mm.
Alan Jeffrey said hydro power accounts for only 3% of total electricity. Yeah, exactly. So like I said, so there's that's why I think that it's going to be electric cars. It's going to be those self-driven cars. It's going to be cars that are owned by, uh, like I said, public, private enterprises, right? So, this huge company might be owned, this Uber, whatever, version, like this car company. Hey, it might be Elon, so Elon owns that. Okay. So he's the private part, but the government's in bed 100% with them. And they're, so that's how it's going to be. And we're not going to be able to drive where we want. Once the global welfare arrives, then people, first of all, will have been made so desperate with this hyperinflation that they're creating. They're going to collapse the current financial system because they want a digital currency. They want a completely different shared economy. That means you don't own anything. Everyone's sharing everything. And the digital will, after that, it's going to be social credit. So now the surveillance is there. Now you own nothing. Now you're getting your food from this place, you're getting this from that place, and there is tons of bylaws, and the government has been passing all sorts of stuff so that people can't be independent. They're really going to trap us in, and that's where I think we're headed, and that's why I thought of looking at the goals just to jog the memory and say, what do you think they really mean by that? I'm going to let LA on. Hey, LA.
Hey, sweetie, how are you?
I
LA.
am good. I am good.
Hi, Luke.
What are your thoughts for the first two sustainable development goals, the no more poverty and zero hunger? What do you think that really means?
I hate to be the pessimist, but I think we're too far gone. But optimistically, I feel like we could slowly maybe save ourselves. But I just wonder about the tipping point. I wonder if it's too far gone. I don't know. It would take a very large village to turn it back around because of the way the world has become so unsustainable. And nobody's thinking anymore about sustainability in the same way that in a way that we should be, I think. And everything is, I think, a little bit too far gone. I don't know if I'm a nihilist or what the hell, but I just think we got it wrong, man. I just think we got it wrong. I'm sad to say that, but I find myself actually surprised at the fact that I'm saying that, honestly.
Yeah, I'm very I'm very pessimistic that humanity will be able to overcome the new world order. I think, and I don't want to. We'll leave it at that. I believe in the biblical prophecies that all hell breaks loose and it only gets fixed when Jesus comes. That's, I don't want to get into a biblical discussion. I want to stay on the goals, but so it's like the prophecies are becoming more and more accurate, and things like said 2,000 years ago are starting, and it's like a lot of people like Craig in chat. He's like, no, man, people are waking up. People are figuring out, and I'm like, yeah, I know, but who cares? My opinion, who cares if they're waking up? It's like, do you think that humans, when they wake up, that the majority of people will be peaceful? No, I think that they're just waiting for the good citizens. I mean, the left and the Antifa and those people they can burn down cities for all they want. But the normal people, when the normal people with children and just want to live on Earth and be left alone, the normal people start speaking up. Then all of a sudden you're going to get the militarized police, in my opinion, crashing down on citizens. You already see this two-tiered system where
I was gonna say exactly what you just said. We already see it. I was waiting to interrupt you. It's already here. It's already here. It doesn't matter if normal people like us want something. We seem to be, what I think is very fascinating is we are the majority and we vote in these people and they are the few. They are like a handful in a mitt full of the world. And I don't really understand why people give so much control and power and how that whole system happened. I think it's backward, in my opinion. It's very much backward. And I feel like it's very much lost on me. And this is why I feel sad. And for my kids too, adult children now, young adult children now. It's very sad that I grew up in a world where it was like, you vote, it matters. Now my children personally, I don't think they give up two fucks about, sorry if I swear.
Yeah, no more swearing.
Because
It's just
I
I get
apologize.
demonetized, so you're
Yeah,
on
yeah, I
it.
will, that's gone. But what happens is they probably either A, don't think about it, or B, think that it won't make a difference. And I think everybody's just kind of resigned to, I don't know what it is, like ease of just living and thinking nothing's gonna change. Like we hear like a few people who feel empowered and they're gonna make changes, but I mean they're the minority, right? Like these strong feeling type humans are the minority against the majority who basically just get up, work, eat, sleep, resign themselves to accepting. Like it's too much work at this point. I think that people think it's just too much work to change the world, and it's very sad. I feel sad about it, but I also feel like I'm right in there with you people. Like it's too daunting. I know how much empathy I have for the planet and the world and my kids and the future. And it's exhausting. Honestly, it's just like I'm defeated at this point. I'm tired, you know?
Like we're, well, now we
We're
can.
tired and we're sick. So
To me, it's like a war on our minds, you know. It's like
well, and our health. Honestly, it's both, eh, Jason? Like, and our health. Like you open this whole live stream about like the health, the health of our soil, the health of our animals, what they're eating, and then we're eating. We are what we eat. All this stuff, right? It doesn't matter if you're going to do keto, low carnivore, or carnivore, or low carb, or paleo. At this point, I think like it's almost does make sense. Maybe it's a part of the thing. I'm really tired to think right now, but we have to maybe like go less consumer and importing, and more, in my opinion, living with grow your own or support our own local farmers, and more taking care of our own selves versus this global agenda that they have about mixing all this food, imports, pesticides, DNA. It doesn't, I've known this for 30 years. I was so young when I started working in law, and I started seeing this agenda about import export and taxing the import export. Well, we could grow that here. Like, yeah, maybe we're talking bananas and pineapples and whatever. But at the base of it is just live and support your own country with your own food and how you grow it on your own. And you don't need to start doing the import export taxes. You don't need to start doing the pesticides because it has to travel 3 weeks to get to you. All this kind of stuff really, really pisses me off.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And the supply chain, the supply chain also, there's going to be massive supply chain issues, and so that's where, and we saw this during the pandemic, that there was plenty of food, but it was the food packing. The food packers, so the meat packers, basically. So tons of beef available, and not enough meat packing, like Cargill and stuff like that. And then after that, because of that, now the supply and demand is altered. That further skyrockets the price of stuff. Even though the food is plentiful, it's the way the whole thing is set up. It's set up. It's unnatural. It's not sustainable, and it's just
it's monetary driven, and it's pesticide driven. It's chemical driven. It's company corporate driven. None of this is health and family and sort of sustainable. Like the world would be such a different place. Somebody posted in chat earlier. I didn't save it. I can't remember what it was, but like if everything was more family oriented and closer knit, and like look at the freaking Eskimos. My God, they're just fine. They're doing just fine up there. They don't need Walmart. They don't need delivery or Amazon. They just like, you can live on any food you can sustain yourself in any way as long as you have family and love and stuff like that.
Mhm.
I feel like everybody's kind of losing that perspective that they need and want and need and want, and it's getting out of control. And this is the part that makes me crazy, is because I'm thinking, although these things make you feel good at the moment, or they're not thinking deeper and more agenda or long-term sustainability. And that part is, I hate to be that person. Like, I don't want to be like looked upon like a crazy person, but I mean, I just see what I see, you know?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? At the end of the
go
day,
ahead.
right, you know what I mean? Like, when everything has all been said and done, though, right? Jason, LA, like, for example, only very recently, for example, right? Our so-called minister, Helen McEntee, she introduced the hate speech laws here in Ireland, right? And I don't know about you, but quite frankly, she made a very, very big mistake doing that. And I'll tell you why, right? It's because, she feels threatened, especially by the way of how, not by, like, say, someone like myself, for example, an average Irish, Joe Soap, for example. She's afraid, for example, of what the real truth behind all that is. She's afraid, for example, that she fears that, she wants to welcome all these immigrants, all these migrants, like literally coming into the Republic of Ireland, right? Slipping in under the radar, whatever else, yeah?
Mm.
And lo and behold, the one thing that she doesn't know about is that she's literally left a big, huge, it's like nowadays, for example, it reminds me of, it actually reminds me of the film with Sylvester Stallone. What's it called? Sylvester Stallone and Sandra Bullock. What's it called? Oh yeah, Demolition Man. It reminds me of that. It literally reminds me of that, especially during the year of I say somewhere in the year of, like, in the 2030s or 2040s or something, or I think it's 2050. I think it is, or something.
Mm.
But long story short, right? I'll be honest with you, yeah, that at the end of the day, when everything has all been said and done, I'm still here. I'm still breathing. I'm nearly, in fact, actually, my birthday, for example, will be coming up in the next couple of months. December 26th is when I'm going to be turning 35 years of age.
All right. Happy birthday, man.
And I'll tell you this, right? I live here in the fair capital city of County Dublin in the Republic of Ireland, right? I'll be around and I'll be born, raised, and bred in this county, in this country here for under 35 years. Can you imagine that? However,
how old are you now, Luke?
34 at the moment, LA.
Okay.
34 going on 35. So December 26th, for example.
You're a young lad, my dear. I've got 20 years on you, my dear.
It's past your bedtime, Luke.
It's past mine too, Jason. I'm an old bat right now.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but me and you probably stay up late. Are you a late? Me, I tend to like end up staying way up too late, but I'm a big sleeper though. I can sleep in.
Yeah, let's not go there, my dear. I sleep about 2 to 3 hours a night, and even then it's broken up and it's bullshit. And I work.
I know why. I was about to say something.
You know why you wake up that much?
No, I don't actually. Well, too much in my head is what's going on, but
no.
Yeah. Well, no. I know what you're saying, but I actually kind of don't really.
Well, now I should. Can I say why I think is nothing? Because
you can, but I don't believe it. I think it's just like
you don't believe
job.
So she had a sleep study. LA had a sleep study, and she basically obstructs when she sleeps. So she has obstructive sleep apnea, like many people have. And then they have the machine that
which I will never buy,
and it kind of splints open the back of your throat.
I'm not going to do it.
You don't obstruct. So
I was diagnosed with severe sleep apnea, and they tried to sell me this machine, and I'm like, that's total anxiety for me. There's no way on hell I'm even going to consider it. So I'm going to accept the way it is right now, but I don't sleep very well. and I work 2 jobs, and I have 2 kids that I worry about. And like, anyways,
There,
to me,
there's
the world is, I don't want to sleep through 8 hours a day and miss what the hell is going on in the world. That's the other part. Like, are we meant, I started going a little bit crazy. Don't mind me, but I was just like, are we meant to sleep 8 hours a day? Like, it seems like a little excessive. Like, there's too much to do.
yeah, I know.
Scientifically speaking, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's allowed. I mean, we're allowed to sleep at least about 8 hours, at least at minimum, anyway. You know what I mean?
I understand they say it's supposed to be like rejuvenating, and that's when you heal. Like, part of me understands.
I chronically sleep about 5 hours a day, and then I will sleep in on my day off and stuff like that. So I must be catching up.
To make up. Yeah.
When I take like cortisol levels, you know, this, oh, you know, if you don't get sleep, increases your cortisol. I'm like,
I don't think that's true. I think like you, Jason, I think that what happens is if you don't sleep and you're being a natural human Homo sapien, then it's because you have things on your mind. But I think what happens eventually, at least in my life, and what it sounds like you're doing too, is eventually you will crash, you will make up for it, and then it will feel better, and then you're going to be awake again for days or whatever because you have things on your mind. But I don't buy this 8 hours a day every day or you're unhealthy. To me, it's just, I don't know, it's just a bunch of crap.
No, these people that are obsessed with water, drinking water, they have their bottles. Just 1 second. I do want to say thank you to Margaret Leach, who just became a new member. For now, nothing happening if you're a member. It's really just you're helping to financially support the channel. But when we do have, enough people, then I will, if you guys want, though, it all depends on what people want. If people want to, let's say, members only open panel, and we can jump on, but it's only members that see those videos, that's kind of like what things, because I can make videos that it's only for members. Right now, I don't think it's a good idea because, it seems like you guys would be fine because then after there's less people chatting, there won't be any new people. So, but I think eventually, because
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's like my Patreon. Like I said, people had joined my Patreon. Not one of them is doing. Maybe there's one of them that's doing it. None of them have asked me questions or anything. So I have a feeling they just did that because they were trying to, support and stuff. And that was before I had like membership as an option, before I had any super chat as an option, because I was under 1,000 subs. So, anyways, eventually it's whatever you guys want. Like, if you guys do want to do private, but like, I'm not going to do a private one where it's just me like chatting. The private ones,
it's too early. Yeah, like, it's too early for that.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be me trying to entertain, and it can just be us like, hey, meetup, member meetup, and we can shoot the crap.
I think you're doing great, Jason. It's like any channel, they grow because of what they're doing that's perfectly suited to them. And what happens is that's what in my observations, that's how it grows, because people get into that. And I'm actually following a pretty good channel right now where in under a year, this person, just out of collaborations and good content and being herself, she has gone exponentially a big growth spurt. So I believe in that, and that's because it's merited. It's earned. It's earned, basically.
Yeah. Belfleur is watching on Facebook. Says, hello, Jason. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks for watching on Facebook. If you are interested, you can come onto my channel on YouTube. So you can go to YouTube, and then you can write Jason John Schwartz channel. Exactly the same, just basically my name, the same that you found me on Facebook, and watch it. Unfortunately, watching on Facebook gives me absolutely no no help for YouTube. It doesn't help with views, doesn't help with anything. So if possible, and I pop up on Facebook, if possible, try and find me on YouTube, because it would be a lot more beneficial if you're watching me from YouTube. Just saying.
Yeah. I think that you know what,
Yep.
Jason, to be honest with you, I think that you know, this whole members only thing, for example, I don't think you really need that really at the moment anyway. Not right now. I mean, unless however, you know, like if there's, like, let's say, any actual specific form of reasoning is like as to why you need it, or why you feel the need to do it, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think really, if you ask me, to be quite honest with you, I think you're better off maybe just being the way you are, actually, like, at least for now anyway.
Yeah, because I don't think I'm big enough, and like I said, and like all the people that that have joined the membership and stuff like that, they enjoy talking with the 16 people that show up and stuff like that. So it would kind of cut out. It's just like I'm so grateful, and I almost feel kind of like, I don't know, I feel awkward because this is new, starting to receive money and stuff, and then
the private people will want more of your attention as you get larger, and they want like more specific attention, just kind of like a specialist doctor. You know that they're going to want more specific, conversations. I was about to walk up to Jason, but now I won't. We're going to make people dizzy.
I'm trying to find my damn nicotine. I
was just going to walk too, and just as I was grabbing my phone, I thought, it's going to be too much.
Here. You know what? We can both do it, but we can shut off our camera.
That's true.
It won't make people nauseous. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I can't believe I promised myself when I had finally gotten off of the nicotine spray that I would never be so stupid as to start back, and here I am back.
That's interesting. Until I met you, I never even heard of that. I just thought you either smoke cigarettes or you stop. I heard of a nicotine patch, but I never heard of a spray until I met you. So that's interesting. I guess does it have like a physical effect to
Yeah, so it's definitely, when you're going from smoking to this kind of like gum, spray, patch, the patch is the slowest because it's a very slow release over 24 hours. The patch, you don't feel a difference.
So it wasn't helping. It wasn't helping you.
Well, it can. It's just that, like, when you have suddenly a craving, you need something else. So often they combine the patches. So patch with gum, you can do that, or patch with the spray. And so people can still have the patch, but if they do have a craving and they need something, they can do the spray.
So here's a question then.
The spray hits within 1 minute.
Okay, in the bloodstream. Yeah. So here's a question, because it kind of ties into a little bit of what we were talking about earlier about pharma and addiction or food, whether it's sugar or dopamine or whatever. I smoked from 15 years old until the day I got pregnant. The day I got pregnant was the day I quit, because I couldn't. It was a mental thing. I just couldn't do that. I couldn't do it to plus it took me 5 years to get pregnant. So as soon as that happened, I found out I was pregnant at 15 weeks, 3 days. So I already skipped a trimester, and I was like, holy shit, I was already smoking so for me, it was just like, an automatic quit. And that helped me, right? Because it was a mind fuck, but then I can't stop drinking alcohol. So that's not a mind screw. Like, it's a different addiction, right? So I find these very fascinating, where like the mind overpower, like, is it mind over, or is it physical? Like, for me, I kind of blame it a little bit on physical, because if I was pregnant, was it mind? Or like a lot of people smoked in the 50s when they were pregnant. I just couldn't get over the mindset of it. If I'm going to finally 5 years later get pregnant and have a baby, I cannot poison that baby, right? But if you're talking about yourself, we're all martyrs, and I'll like poison myself to death. Cheers. Like, I drink after work. That's what I do. Yeah. But it's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting. And then with the caveat that I more wanted to ask you was, it's interesting because when you want to do this kind of stuff to our own selves, and the pharma and the pharmaceuticals, the patch versus the spray, where do you get to a mental part where the pharma ticks you off enough, or you're convinced enough that you don't want to do that, or you need it? And it's very interesting, but I've never studied addiction. Honestly, I just have it. I have addiction. So, but my addiction is vodka. So it's on the table.
That's it. Yeah, sure. I wanted to, so I want to show a reel that's on Facebook that Craig asked me. So that's one thing that we're going to do. Also, Margaret was saying that I guess Hydro Quebec and stuff like that. Sometimes when it is supplied by natural gas, I believe too. She was saying on maybe where the water's low, or I don't know how it works. I was just popping it up and now I can't find it.
Take your time. Yeah, I was just reading Jules's message that every pregnancy she quit smoking. That's interesting. So like every motivator in a person is different. It depends what that is. Like, look at all the really, really sick and addicted people who are losing their families, or losing their houses, losing everything, and they can't do it either. So it's very interesting. It depends on, is it you're so far gone and your brain is rewired, or some people are so far gone and they still come back? I find it completely fascinating, honestly. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's definitely remodeling that occurs over chronic usage of certain drugs, meaning receptors become altered for good and stuff like that. So you can develop obviously resistance, but then you can, if you quit, you can develop, like you can kind of put in submission that resistance and resensitize. But it depends on how much, how long, and stuff like that. But definitely like let's say for below, usage and stuff like that. People are using that for a long time. Go through because their dopamine receptors are just like fried.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they're trying to be sober, but dopamine
it's very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, it's the reward receptor, kind of like, that if you just pressed something like this, you when you accomplish a task, you get dopamine. So these dopamine hit, and a general overall sense of contentment and stuff like that.
Yeah, so, and it's like you said, it's on so many levels, including gaming, including what did they call this years ago? They shopping, over shoppings, that stuff like that. Yeah. Like however you are going to get that reward system. Yeah, no, I agree. But it's fun. I just find it very fascinating how some people can overcome it and some people can't. Some people are in the middle. Some people relapse. We're human, right? Like it's really difficult.
It's very hard.
Yeah, that's very true. It's very true. Yeah, because I'll tell you guys something here, right? But about 2 years ago, I got rid of all my social media. I did 2 years ago. 2 years detox, and I'll be honest with you that I feel a lot better now that I've ever felt like literally ever before. You know what I mean?
Nice.
I went and I gave it all to Big Elbow. Got rid of all of it. You know what I mean? I had Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat, and one by one, about 2 years ago, one by one, I just deactivated and deleted all of them. Like, you know what I mean? And now I'm 2 years social media free.
Nice.
So
good. Congratulations.
It was literally just one of those things. I'll tell you guys now, but it's just one of those things where I just kind of realized, you know what, we're in the case of where should I or shouldn't I? You know what I mean? And then it hit me, and then I thought, you know what, I need to get out and about a little bit more often. I need to live my life to the full. I need to live my life accordingly. So that's like what I did. And
I personally don't believe there's a human on Earth that doesn't have one form of some sort of crutch. Like,
Of course.
because we have to cope, and everybody has a coping mechanism of some sort. I don't care if it's being over friendly, over help. Some people are like over helpful. They just want friends, or some people are addicted to various things. Everybody has something. Some people hurt themselves. Some people hurt others. Some people, it's just so vast. Like I've only been here 54 years, but I know enough to see that everybody has one thing, and whether it's public knowledge or private knowledge, you can't tell me that one person on this earth doesn't have some coping mechanism. I won't believe it. I won't believe you.
Exactly. You're a damn liar.
Exactly.
So let me just show this, because I've Craig has been asking over and over. So I don't know what it's about. I hope I do not strike it up. Let's try it out. All right. So we'll have to give a response to this, or else it's just watching something. So we'll have to interact with this content. So let's play it.
We were negotiating the Taliban because President Trump was still the president. Meaning that we tell you to do, and then we'll start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules.
What's the speed on that, Jason? I can't hear it.
The Taliban leadership
No?
room. They had one translator in the room.
It's choppy and I can't hear it.
Oh, no. Oh. How can I do this? Okay. Let me try. How long? That's weird. I've never usually had how long is it? I'm gonna ask him, because I'll just play it on this phone then.
Yeah, it was just going like blah 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 blah.
Really?
Sped up or something, maybe? Did you speed it up or something? Or maybe did he speed it up?
It doesn't matter. I'm just asking him how long. Gonna play it like how long is it? I just want to know how long it is, because at the same time I don't want to be watching a 10-minute thing.
It was all sped up. It was all sped up as well, and it was kind of.
I can't find it.
Very a bit laggy as well. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, thanks for letting me know. Thanks, DM, for showing up. Channel, greatly appreciated. Please press thumbs ups, like, share, subscribe. I do a lot of Christian content, but I named the channel Jason John Schwartz because I just don't want to limit my channel to anything. But yes, I do a lot of Christian content. So that's why it's my name, because whatever I'm interested in, this is the kind of stuff that I'll share. But these are videos kind of, agenda, 2030, globalist, other non-religious topics will be peppered and sprinkled in between the Christian content also. So just saying. He said 2 minutes long. Okay, so let's play it this way. I will see if I can solo layout myself for a second. Editing, stop mic, whatever.
Let's try it. Let's try that.
Tell me if it's good enough. I just want to see if I can solo layout myself for a second. Okay.
There we go.
Perfect. And I can still hear you guys, so that's good.
You're gonna try it again then?
Yeah. I'm gonna, okay. But I'm gonna try it by just holding up my phone.
Oh, I see.
With the Taliban while President Trump was still the president. President Trump wanted to get out of Afghanistan, but he wanted a conditions-based withdrawal. Meaning that you do what we tell you to do, and then we will start pulling troops back slowly as long as you abide by our rules. It's President Trump and Mike Pompeo, and they are talking to Taliban leadership in the room, and they had one translator in the room. President Trump looked at the Taliban leader and said this: I want to leave Afghanistan, but it's going to be a conditions-based withdrawal. And translator translated. he said, if you harm a hair on a single American, I'm going to kill you.
And then he shows him a
And the
satellite
translator goes,
of his house.
and Trump goes, tell him what I said. Tell him what I said. Reached in his pocket, pulled out a satellite photo of the leader of the Taliban's home and handed it to him.
Shut up.
Got up and walked out the room.
Yeah, that's what you need when you're in the Middle East. It's might. It's all about might. You got to be aggressive, but I'm a Trump fan. I think that I could care less about Trump's character as long as he runs the country well. And I personally thought that he ran it well. The policies and stuff like that. But anyways,
I have thoughts too, but I'm weary to share them. I kind of like that he runs it like a corporation and a business. I say that. I don't like, obviously, that maybe, in his past he's done some horrible things, but if you're going to run a country, run it like a business versus other people who are running it like a shit show that they're all just patting each other on the back and not making any sense. but again, lawyers, so I like to make sense.
Said, like we're all flawed and stuff like that. For sure, he's a narcissist or whatever. But it's like he's not two-faced. He's just blatantly in his face. This is how I am. And what you think, like Harris, Biden, and all these people are, great people behind the scenes. No, they're just fake politicians, and stuff like that. I'm like,
and I don't even like their attitudes and how they even portray them. Like, it's almost like they mock the little people or something. Like, it's almost like they think we're all fucking stupid or something. I don't know. Like, I don't get it.
All what they're doing is they're just following the paper trail. That's all what they're doing. That's
yeah. I don't know. It's narcissist is a good word. I do follow a couple of other people politically that point things out here and there. I don't like to talk about it too much, but I take it all in. And then this is the part where I guess personally I could just say I kind of get a little bit discouraged because a lot of people are not thinking too much. They're not thinking. I'm afraid of what they're going to do at the ballots. I'm afraid they're going to be taken in by non-deep thinking, I guess, like a bigger picture, like a beyond a person who's put on stage for politics versus what's beneath the layers of who's pushing agendas and stuff like that. People aren't thinking too much about that stuff,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. It's nothing
the stuff that keeps me awake at night.
Well, I mean, you think that's weird, right? But actually, over here in Ireland, for example, we actually have we have an election actually coming up in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I think we do, or something.
2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah, we actually have one which is actually upcoming as well. To be honest with you, I think it's just going to be a complete and utter disaster, really, if you ask me. It's all just the same. It's always the same parties, always at it again and again and again.
Yeah, rinse and repeat. And also the big players, right? Russia, China, US. I think US needs a big humbling moment I don't know how that's going to happen. It could even be scary if the other two try to do that, but I don't know. Something's got to shake, man.
This is what's freaking me out. Okay. They have no idea who the heck has been passing through the Mexico border into the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it's not Mexicans only. Okay, there's this whole like you see on social media a lot of Americans are frustrated because they're talking about illegal people from Venezuelans, I guess, that are crossing, that are taking up jobs and stuff like that. And so you there's going to be fighting now. That's going to breed anger. So American citizens are going to start, retaliating against that and stuff like that. It's very dangerous. But Trump keeps on saying these kind of people are coming around, and it is true. And what's going to happen, what I believe, is that these, not all of them, some are just, the illegal immigrants just trying to get in because like the borders are open, now it's time. But there are people that hate the West, that hate America. And I think that
it's more of a concern.
Have been sending people into the United States, and at certain time they kind of wake up this sleeper cell, and all hell can break loose. People starting to go and murder and hate crimes, and in one night, multiple areas, just this occurring. It'll be pandemonium and stuff like that. So because national and our culture and our
don't care as much. Yeah, they're not rooted culturally.
Yeah.
So they care less. At least that's my opinion. Like if you're rooted somewhere, you're gonna like rah rah rah. But if you're not rooted and you have, I don't know, it seems
put it this way: a precursor for global governance is you have to destroy national pride. You have to destroy nationalism. You have to make the people hate their own country. And that's what has been, Americans flogging their backs, with flagram, saying how horrible they are, even though every culture, every race has experienced slavery. Slavery was happening everywhere. African Americans were Africans were selling Africans into slavery. Okay, slaves comes from the Slavics or something that were the original, slaves.
Egyptians,
go through
the Egyptians, the pyramids.
That's it. It's this is not like an American thing. And there's a great thing that happened. Martin Luther King, with his famous speech, one day we won't be judged by the color of the skin, but instead by the content of our character.
Exactly.
And now we have DEA, diversity, equity, inclusion, and critical race theory, saying that, well, you know what, Martin Luther King, that's ridiculous. We shouldn't be judged individually. We shouldn't be judged by the content of our character, because even if you have a character, if you're white, you're just racist anyways. Even you don't know that you're racist.
Everybody judged by their character as a collective, though, seems to be a better world to me.
Yeah, it's
right. Am I wrong? Do I have that wrong? Am I crazy? Am I?
Yeah.
If everybody had good character, then it wouldn't matter about race, color, culture. If everybody was judged by their character and they had good character, that would make the planet just spin a little bit better,
No, exactly.
The way I look at it, for example, right, is that I actually have quite a few friends, for example, who are not from where I am, originally, Yeah. I have friends, for example, that are from Japan, from let's say from Iraq, from Afghanistan.
All of good character, right, Luke?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My daughter just left on a plane last week, and she just landed in England, and then she went to Scotland this morning. And you know why she's doing that? Because since she was 13 years old when Facebook first was popular, she met those two girls, now ladies, with their lives. And they met each other for whatever reason in grade 9 in high school, and they kept up a relationship. And these are people from across the world. And she's finally made her dream come true to go meet these ladies. And they all met each other for the first time in she was 15, she's 25. So 10 years it took them to do this. And because you don't keep friendships like that, even if it's online or across the world, if you're not of good character or people, you would drop them like flies. And I'm so proud of my kids, both generally, but for instance, her today, that she's made this, not only this dream come true, she's made it happen. All three of them are really good friends. And so one of them is in Manchester, England, and the other one, where she's going today to see the other one, is in Edinburgh, I think. Is that Scotland or Scotland? Yeah. And so what I guess it goes to say what you were saying, Luke, which is you have friends in Japan, you have friends here, you have friends there. Even if it's online at this point, because the world has changed with technology, this is kind of like proof in the pudding that it's good character that sustains the world. It's not the bad characters, and it's not the politics. And it's this shit that really makes me mad and angry about how we sustain some of these politicians who we hold up so highly, and they do have a pyramid under them of politics who sustain all these politics. But how the hell did we get here where everything is just not, it's not healthy and it's not right and it's not the greatest? And is it the tipping point about the greatest? Is it too far gone, or can we bring it back? Or do we have to put this level of responsibility on the shoulders of our youth? I feel guilty about that too, because we're the ones who screwed it up, you know? I don't know. I just think about all that stuff.
Me personally, I don't think it's we that screwed it up. I think the majority of human history are hard-working people maintaining infrastructure, truckers and school teachers and bus drivers, and wanting to raise their family and do leisurely activities. And
but how does that get off the rails when we have such a democratic voting system of these few people that we hold up and they like, how does that happen, Jason, where the majority of us, like you said, we all want this, and then the few that we put at the top screw it up so badly? I don't it's so backward. It just really, I can't figure it out, you know?
Well, it's that there's a very small amount of extremely powerful and rich families that we the Rockefellers and the Bilderbergers and
Bezos,
these thought tanks, you know, like
and so why do these people get put so high on such a pedestal of power, and they don't have the type of empathy to share, support? They're so cruel, or how do they get so corrupt? Stuff like that. Like, how does that get that teeter-totter get, like, so then we elevate them, we give them all their money, or like iPhones, Amazon, Musk, blah, blah, blah. They have this power. I always thought to myself, I always thought this: if I win a lottery, you see these stupid lotteries now at like $160 billion. I personally have thought about it. I don't play the lottery. So I just thought, well, if I won something like that, what the hell would I do with that? Well, I think I would be a philanthropist, and I would, like, you can't take your money with you when you die, but you can share it. You could be a good person. You can change the world. Why do those people at the top not do that? Like, how are they corrupted, or how are they changed? Or were they like that little psychopaths as a 9-year-old? I have no idea. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also because LA, right, is because that they only care about themselves and they don't really care about the rest of humanity. Like, I mean, I know, for example, based on my experience, right, I do actually care about humanity. You know what I mean? I care about my own people. You know what I mean? And that sort of thing. You know what I mean? And
I just don't know how they get so corrupt once they come into it, as opposed to wanting. I don't know. Like, I remember decades ago, honestly, maybe 30 years ago. Do you remember when Microsoft became, good? And then, I was a teenager, right? So everybody thought, oh my God, now he's like the first richest person in my teenage years next to the Rockefellers, but I didn't know too much about them. But Bill Gates would have been the first one that I thought, wow. And then he was doing good, and he was helping, and he was changing the world with computers. Oh my God, we had computers. And then next thing you know, he was being vilified or I'm not exactly sure, called out about being this evil person all of a sudden. I'm like, how the hell did I go from there to there in like 10 years in my life, you know?
And Bill Gates specifically, see, initially you had a bunch of like geeks when the computers and stuff was starting out. And this is something I had heard. So I don't know if I have not fact checked this. Okay.
Me neither, but we've all heard it. But go ahead.
But a lot of the when computers were developing and stuff like that, these people they were just doing stuff in their garage or their back shed and stuff like that. And it was initially it was called shareware. And what happened is they were sharing all this stuff, and he was very smart, Bill Gates. He went and patented it thing. So legally, he's not a smart guy that's like a intuitive, like he's like Elon. I don't know yet if he's a good guy or a bad guy kind of thing, but that's impressive to make a rocket come back and land and stuff like that. And he's inventive. He's an inventor. He's like a smart man.
Yeah.
Bill Gates, he stole stuff, and then he legally made it his, and then he made a fortune with it.
I think he watches all the patent offices and then he moves in on it and takes over.
Exactly.
Plus, he's the largest landowner in the United States
Well,
because he wants to build these cities.
Yeah.
These 15-minute cities.
So let's check out and try and we don't have to go like each one of us will give a thought for each square. So I'll start for here. We already went through the poverty and the zero hunger, and that's food rationings, and as well as, in my opinion, global communism, digital currency, complete surveillance, a currency, a world welfare system, basically.
Okay, I'm a bit confused about this shopping for groceries. Wednesday, the sales start, but you're getting the old crap, right? And then when I go on the Friday, there's nothing left.
Yeah. There's for over here, and then I spoke about the food there. Food will be weaponized. That's basically what I'm trying to say. We will have weaponized food because GMO, food it can, as we saw with egg.
I think, excuse me a minute, but was it Eisenhower who said if you can control the weather, you control the food, then you control the people? Wasn't it him?
Yeah. So I don't know, but it sounds accurate. I'm getting feedback by somebody. Is it you, Margaret? Do you have something?
I'll mute my TV. Is that better?
It might be that. We'll see.
Okay.
Because you were very clear, but then it's kind of like cutting off. Was she cutting off, guys, when there was talking a little bit? All right. So
yeah, Jason, I put in the private chat. She needs to mute some tabs.
Yeah, or she needs to maybe close out of the YouTube app or something.
But it's good now, right? It's not.
Is it okay now?
I think it's okay now.
Yeah,
because I muted my TV.
Yeah, it was that. It was screwing up. All right. So what about over here? So the next one, when it comes to good health and well-being, so I've noticed that like things like terminating a pregnancy is called reproductive health. It has nothing to do with health. It has to do with controlling whether you want to have a child or not. We won't get into whether we agree with abortion. That could be a whole other just specific panel that we can share our thoughts. But good health, that means monitoring our biometric stuff. That means new technologies that some of it sounds very innovative. Instead of doing an endoscopy, you swallow a pill that has a camera and it goes through your whole system, filming, and therefore it's less invasive. So it's just kind of like the Neuralink, right? Neuralink, if it allows paralyzed people like quadriplegics to gain mobility and all these, it's like, yeah, okay, I can't say that that's evil, but it's that it will be used, and it will not only be used in the medical field, it will be used in a way to control us. So good health and well-being could be a chip that we have to carry that has all of our biometrics, all our information. What do you guys think about good health and well-being? What do you think? Are there things that you've heard about how they're going to make sure we're good and healthy? I mean, good health is what we saw about the jabs, right? So just tons of, media and pushing to still get the C19. It's like,
I heard good things about red light therapy.
yeah,
Does that count?
that's probably fine.
I don't know about red light therapy. Is it a district or is it a lamp?
No, sorry. It's like you put it on your skin.
Yeah, the red light district.
Sorry, you're so funny, my dear. I'm sorry.
Margaret has a secret life.
Good catch.
Mine's in the gutter.
That's so innocent. How are you?
I think that if you ask me, but I think that I'm actually going to be trying maybe in the next couple of weeks or so. I'm going to be trying out the carnivore diet for the very first time over my life.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying that in a couple of weeks.
Like, what will your carnivore diet entail? Are you talking about carnivore diet meaning like you're only going to be eating beef, or do you mean you'll just be eating whatever is animal food?
Beef mainly, like steak or something like that. So I kind of mean, my father, for example, my dad, David White, he actually said to me there a few days ago that that he actually knows someone who actually tried that sort of, or actually tried the carnivore diet of was it their last month or the month before that, I think it was.
Yeah.
And he tried it out, right? And he did it for about a few weeks, and he actually lost in around probably over 4.5 stone in weight.
Mhm.
About, like, I mean, like all within a matter of space of like about a few weeks, like could have been. So I'm probably going to maybe give that a go, like, I mean, and maybe in the next week or two or something, I'm actually going to give it a shot and try it out.
Isn't it better
Try and make
to
sure
mix
you're
Excuse
make
me,
sure-
isn't it? I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I
No,
just
go
want to
ahead.
ask, isn't it better to mix your meat? Like one day beef, one day poultry, another day fish, one day lamb, pork, like that, instead
Yeah,
of just
something like that,
beef?
yeah.
So
The other night I had quail.
I'll give my opinion on it. So for the carnivore diet, if you want to use that as a weight loss method, it's basically a ketogenic diet, and it is the most restrictive because if you're eating just steaks, it's to be honest, there's actually a sugar in meat, but basically it's almost zero carbs if you're just sticking to meat. If you're going to do that, stick to fatty meats. Okay, you don't want to just be eating lean steak because you don't want to skimp on carbs and then on fat and then just have proteins. All of the fat soluble vitamins are found in meat. I tell people if you have ailments, if you have illnesses that you're not recovering from, and you want to lose weight, so you have two things. And what you can do, especially let's say you have autoimmune disease and stuff like that, you want to know, is there certain foods that I'm eating that are creating a low grade autoimmune response, causing chronic inflammation and issues and stuff like that. So the most restrictive, if it's like you have an illness, I would say stick to beef, like, really just steak, fatty ribeye, let's say. But if you don't have these forms of ailment, I don't see like limiting only to beef. I would like not limit eggs. If you like eggs are insane. Like the amount of vitamins found in the yolks and stuff like that. You know, fish, just watch out because, you know, farmed fish, probably, you know, not as good as wild caught. A lot of the fish is marked as something and it's not. So
Pacific
I,
salmon.
I did did like 30 days at a time of the carnivore. And what I would mean is I do the ketogenic diet if I want to lose the weight. And ketogenic diet is restricting the carbs to 20 grams, which is very restrictive. So your side dishes are going to be vegetables and non-starchy vegetables. So it's a very healthy diet. You're eating animal food and you're supplementing with non-processed side dishes, which are vegetables. So I don't see any problem. But if you have a day or two where you didn't eat any vegetables, then what did you do? You probably on the keto diet just ate animal food. So you had 2 days of carnivore. So I just switch back and forth because like everything in life, okay, everything is like a bell curve. There's certain things you start, you do it. There's a benefit, there's a benefit, there's a benefit. Then if you stretch it too long, at one point, there's no further benefit. It kind of plateaus. No ill effect, but there's no point in going more. And then you go more extreme, and now you can have an ill effect. So you could have issues with any kind of diet if you take it to the extreme. Listen to your body and stuff like that. So yeah, try it out, man.
Definitely.
If you're going, like, if have you ever done low carb or stuff like that, or this will be your first try?
It'd be my first try, really, Jason. It'd be something that I've just wanted to experiment with, you know.
So what I would suggest, if ever you do it, go get potassium tablet, like just a supplement store, like a potassium. Usually they come in 40 milligrams. So just potassium and magnesium, and put salt on your food, not insane amount, but salt your food. Because those 3 electrolytes, when you first start, there is like an adaptive period. You're going to lose a lot of water weight initially, and you'll pee out some electrolytes. And while the body readjusts, it's called like keto adaptation. And to make it smoother, I suggest take a potassium, salt your food, and take magnesium. Magnesium will prevent you getting Charlie horse in your calves. And I think that'll give you a smoother ride. And you know, take it easy for the first 2 weeks and stuff like that. You might have some brain fog initially, be forgetful, feel lethargic. So you could always add some fruit or something like that as a sugar source if the symptoms are severe enough. Grapes are good. They have some glucose, natural glucose.
So look, yeah, well, Jason, I'll tell you this, right? Because of course I'll be eating you know, a little bit of fruit, like I'll be eating like bananas or oranges or something like that. So I mean, like in between as well.
Yeah.
You know, so I'll still be doing that. Like, I mean, and that's okay with me. Like, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you know, it's just something that that my father basically pointed out to me only very recently. Like, you know what I mean? And he told me about it, and he said, you know what? If you don't want to end up like like going to hospital or getting in a very bad way or anything like that, so, you know, like later in life and all that, you know what I mean? But then
Yeah.
might want to consider, I mean, you're just trying it out or something and just give it a go, like, you know what I mean? So basically, you know, it's a little bit of a social experiment, basically, or something. You know what I mean? That's really how I'm. So that's all.
Yeah, I think it's great. And as you know, like, that's what I do. I coach stuff. So feel free to, I don't know if you're a Facebooker, you could always find Jason John Schwartz. That's the same profile pic. Find me on Facebook and then say hi on Messenger. And you can always text me 24/7 anytime. if you're having any issues and stuff like that, I might be able to give you tips as you go. Here's some before and after pictures and stuff like that. And the most impressive before and after pictures are not even the weight loss. It's people that have like autoimmune issues or horrible like acne or you know, like this girl, for example, let's say, you know, and then this is a before and after on the carnivore diet, you know. So people have some amazing results. I don't want to take a chance because I am in a carnivore group on Facebook, and I'm not sure if I'm allowed sharing stuff on YouTube on a group. It might be kind of copyright. But every time I see these posts, these people like before and after pictures and stuff like that, and I'm like, wow, like what an incredible difference and stuff like that.
Yeah, but I mean, unfortunately, you know, like I said earlier on, Jason, unfortunately, I don't do social media anymore. I had it up until about 2 years ago, but then I got rid of all of that. But
yeah, okay, that's fine.
However, just before I get off here, right? Before I leave this for the night, you know, going back to if I could maybe just offer to, excuse me 1 second. If I could actually just get I actually want to say as well that in regards to Mr. Bill Gates, there's this other YouTube channel that I actually follow, something that my father actually recommended me there a while back. It's called the Jimmy Dore Show. And basically, well, I'll put it like this, right? Because I was actually watching a video there actually earlier today, and it was regarding Bill Gates. Mr. Jimmy Dore put up a video saying that there is a lawsuit actually against Bill Gates in the Netherlands. It's now, I'll be honest with you, it's call me up and you can call me old fashioned if you want to on this, right? But just one of those things where I just want to briefly mention it to you, in case you didn't hear that. But I think, you know, like Bill Gates has really got a lot to answer for, like, especially being involved in these type of things over the last number of years, you know. And so if anybody who actually hasn't actually heard of this yet, it's a video that is actually on this YouTube channel. It's the Jimmy Dore Show.
Wasn't that about the C-19?
Yep, it was indeed, Margaret. Yep.
I think he lost his case. I just saw it briefly, and I gotta go back to this and read it.
Yeah,
that's good news that he lost.
Just before, because we spoke about nutrition and stuff like that, if you want to know the truth, okay, about nutrition and nutrition for specifically humans, this is, in my opinion, 100% the best truth, okay, and science of nutrition for humans, okay? This is non-biased. Yeah, this was written, the research that he did was roughly at the start of the 20th century. So he was doing this stuff probably like in the 1930s or something. So I'm going to read the back, and he pretty much tells us the main issues of why we're falling apart. Now, currently, we're all sick. So it's hard to do these nutritional science and figure out and stuff like that. But back in his time, what happened was there was modern, modernity and modern ways, with baked processed, canned goods and baked goods and seed oils instead of, lard. They're using Crisco. Instead of butter, they're using margarine, which is seed oils. Instead of using, they started to use all these seed oils, which is like soybean, rapeseed, canola, sunflower seed, anything that is not a cold pressed oil, is not to be consumed, nor was it ever really consumed. The only kind of plant oils that we consumed were the cold pressed oils. So those would have been the coconut, the palm in the past, let's say, and olive oil, you know, and stuff like that. But the other ones are basically seeds, and these oils need to be extracted and they can't be crushed. Like, how do you get oil, hash oil, or THC extract from plants? You don't squish it. What you put it in a solvent that extracts it. So hexane's a industrial solvent, and they put the seeds in there, and it extracts the oil into the solvent. You throw let's say the THC plant now out, and now you have this green, infused oil and stuff like that. And it's pretty much after you would evaporate the alcohol out of it, and then you're left with this dark black THC. And that's how they do it with the seeds. It's the same process. What they're doing is they're putting it in these, and it's an industrial process. They put these seed into a vat, pressurized, they heat it, they put a industrial solvent, it extracts all the resin out of these seeds. They feed it the leftover husks and stuff to agricultural animals to eat and stuff like that. Kind of like this leftover soybean, it's soy cake. They feed that to cows and stuff like that. But the oil is fed to humans. And if you go, I want, please, everybody, social experiment we're doing. Anytime you pick something that's in a box at your grocery store, package, can, plastic bag, box, anything that's not animal food, turn it on the side. Look at the ingredients. The first ingredient means that's the most. The last ingredient means there's the least. You always see on the first 2 or 3, it's going to be vegetable oil, seed oil, canola oil. It'll be some kind of vegetable oil. And then after, it's going to be some kind of corn extract as well. And then it's going to have wheat. So it's soy, it's a canola oil, or these seed oils. And then after, and tons of sugar put into it as well. And then they'll say it's low fat, so it's good for you. And they'll put a heart sticker on it. So let me read this guy. What he basically did was he would go to these isolated areas that were still consuming the food that their culture had been consuming, and the lifestyle for the longest time, right? The generational wisdom that had been passed down through generations and generations in those cultures. And these people were thriving. They had no cavities. These like cancer and the dementia, Alzheimer's, it's like they didn't even know what the heck that was. People kept their minds well into their until their dying days, in their 80s and 90s. They were sharp as a tack. In fact, that's basically, if you look at it, when you're 20, you don't know anything about life. Then you become a parent, you make all the mistakes, and by the time your kids are 20, then after you kind of know how to parent, and you're like, now I'm ready to parent, because you have 20 years of wisdom. You've learned through errors and trials. And that's why in many tribes, what would happen is, the minute that the woman was fertile and the young guy was fertile, they would have intercourse together. They would produce a child. That child, would be taught primarily by the elders of that tribe. The young people, the women would go and learn the women tasks. The men would go learn the men tasks in the tribe. And then after, obviously, the parents had a relationship with the child, but they were brought up and they were taught by the older people, and it's just a beautiful cycle where right till your dying day, a 90-year-old person had a purpose in their life. They were used because they were the wealth of wisdom that they were holding. Now our children are have mental illnesses. We're having depressions and we're on antidepressants, but by the time we're teens, it's just like we're all like, I work in a hospital. It's like everyone's like dementia, Alzheimer, dementia, Alzheimer, dementia. Everyone has dementia. Everyone has Alzheimer's. No, everyone's lost their mind almost by the time they're old. That is not normal. Okay, so let me read this. And what he did was he went and saw these people, and then there was places where some part of the culture were still isolated from modernity, but some, let's say at ports, we're starting to trade with modernity. Okay, at the ports, they were starting to consume the canned goods. They were starting to consume seed oils, and all of their teeth health. Cavities started, and all of the poor health developed. Narrow nasal passages, less wide bridges of the nose, less wide jaw lines. It's crazy. This idea of, I always thought it was weird. I was like, why do our wisdom teeth not fit in our face? Doesn't make sense. Somebody is about evolution back in the day, and I was like, oh, okay. No, it's actually because of nutritional deficiencies. In this book, the people all had their wisdom teeth that fit. They all had very, very large bone structure. The pictures are all there. Okay, so this is the one book that I suggest that you read, and then you'll wish that you never read it again, because ignorance is bliss. Because then when you know the truth, it's going to be so sad and frustrating to hear the people talk about what they think they should be eating. And I guarantee you the global 2030 agenda, okay, and their sustainable goals are not going to be telling us to eat this. They're going to be telling us to eat a peasant diet, which is basically, grains and very, very little animal food, very limited. It says here, an epic study demonstrating the importance of whole food nutrition and the degeneration and destruction that comes from a diet of processed food. This is the book we're reading. For nearly 10 years, Weston Price and his wife traveled around the world in search of the secret to health. Instead of looking at people afflicted with disease symptoms, this highly respected dentist and dental researcher chose to focus on healthy individuals and challenge himself to understand how they achieved such amazing health. Dr. Price traveled to hundreds of cities in a total of 14 different countries in his search to find healthy people. He investigated some of the most remote areas in the world. He observed perfect dental arches, minimal tooth decay, high immunity to tuberculosis, and overall excellent health in those individuals, in those groups of people who ate their indigenous foods. He found when these people were introduced to modernized foods, which is one of the goals. That's what they're going to feed us, the modernized foods, such as white flour, white sugar, refined vegetable oils, and canned goods. Signs of degeneration quickly became quite evident. Dental caries, deformed jaw structures, crowded teeth, arthritis, and a low immunity to tuberculosis became rampant among them. Dr. Price documented this ancestral wisdom, including hundreds of photos, in his book, Nutrition and Physical Degeneration. Okay, so you look at this book and you'll know the truth.
you will no longer be afraid to eat animal food, which is the real food. This is the food that they were thriving on. And they weren't eating 20 different things. You know, like in the Swiss Alps, they grew rye, and they made rye bread. They had ruminant animals that they let graze out in the Alps, in the pastures, the grasslands there. And they basically produced a variety of milk products, cheese, kefir, all this kind of stuff. And they ate a very little meat, but it's not because they thought it was not healthy and they knew the secret that meat was unhealthy. It's just they would eat it. Likely, I think that they would graze the animals, and as they start producing less milk, they would eat, slaughter them and then eat those and stuff like that. So what are your thoughts, guys, about
we're having a chat in the background about your talk, Jason. We all agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So everyone agreed with me. I like that.
Yes.
100%. Definitely agree with you. 100%, Jason.
Yeah, this is one of the most important books, in my opinion, for nutrition. If you go look at my old videos, I did 1 or 2 chapters where I kind of did a presentation, and I think down the road, when I'm trying to think of content to produce, what I might do is read 1 chapter and do a presentation 1 chapter at a time. This was probably the one I did. It's all highlighted. But yeah, the pictures are, what is that saying? A picture is worth 1,000 words. Let's go back to the sustainable development. Now, quality education. Yeah, so quality education, we know what they are not teaching our children. That's basically math, English, accurate history. What they're doing is they're pushing propaganda. They're pushing agendas on our children from K right up to universities. Jordan Peterson, who used to be a professor, I believe, at the University of Toronto, worked in the humanities. And he said the humanities have been taken over by, the woke agenda. And we see that diversity, equity, and inclusion is in everything. So we are no longer going to look at education as competitive, and the higher your marks and the higher this. So it's no longer going to be performance based. It's going to be, we have to have this many men, we have this many women, this many identities of this, they identify as that, this many minorities and stuff like that. And it's like, well, what if they're not the best candidate, and you're just doing that because they're the best candidate to fit that quota and stuff like that. I've seen that McGill University, when it comes for med school and stuff like that, there's a quota of immigrants, international students and stuff like that. So you'll have like Saudi Arabia and stuff like that. They'll send their people to McGill. McGill will take the maximum immigrants that they can because they pay 3 times the tuition fee.
Right. Yeah.
So there's no point in for sure, let's get as many immigrants as we can. But they come here, they get a great education, but they don't live here. They go back to their country. And so we have a huge world-renowned university, and to a large degree,
there's the doctors don't stay in Quebec, even though the university is there and the doctors are doing their residencies within that. So it's really broken down. But we know that they took religion out of the classroom. Now
Out of the courtroom.
out of the courtroom, out of this, and stuff like that. So quality education is basically a quality indoctrination camp.
I have to interrupt.
Go ahead. No, you can.
Look, it's just a quick comment, Margaret.
Yes.
What do you mean by out of the courtroom? Because arguably the religion is still in the courtroom because people are still swearing on the Bible and not inclusive
Really?
of other religions.
They took the crosses off the walls.
Yeah, I didn't know
E-
this.
Even in the parliament, even in Quebec City, even in Ottawa, they removed the crosses.
How do you know this?
I saw it.
Where?
It was on TV, on CFCF.
Was it just one instance or many instances? Or like where are you gathering
Well,
your
we're in Quebec, right?
Yep.
It could be because I know Quebec are not the same. Like because it has to do with provinces, eh? Quebec is, I think, quite possibly is because even in the government stuff, like let's say they had a cross, they took that out and stuff like that. So maybe like Ottawa and stuff like that, they still have that. But I think
okay, so
I think maybe Quebec.
thank you, Jason, because not only Quebec might have had crosses in the courtrooms, but arguably the rest of Canada, because we're a different country than Quebec.
Yeah.
And then I joke. And then the US, like there's no religious per se crosses in the rooms. But what caught my attention about what she said is that she basically did a blanket statement about religion out of the courtrooms. Well, my arguably 23 hours of my day is spent in not only my 2 jobs and work in law, but also my part-time, what do you call this? My extracurricular activity is true crime. And all the courtrooms don't have per se religion crosses in the courtrooms, but they do still have this standard of in God we trust and swear on the Bible. And they don't really are not very inclusive of like the Quran or other religions.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
We've
I'd
talked
be
about
surprised
different
a Muslim would
yeah.
put his hand, but
So I took a little bit of, that's why I had to interrupt very quickly there, because arguably the religion still is in the courtroom, in my opinion, because justice and law to me are very separate than religions. And I like to have those conversations separately with Jason, because that's kind of where my mind goes about arguing about, religion and law and stuff like that. But that's a different maybe time discussion. But anyways, I needed to say that because when Margaret said that, I was like, where are you coming from, girl?
So any thoughts on the fourth goal here, quality education? Anything else that besides what I said about it now becoming an indoctrination camp? Teachers are let's just say they're very colorful, and they're not pushing math, how to spell, phonics, and just the basics. They want to make them good global citizens. They're just pushing so that they're indoctrinated and they will follow the narrative kind of thing. And that's why Michelle said it, that she was going to homeschool our granddaughter. And I agree. I hope that she still is going to do that, because she doesn't watch as much and follow. I'm quite aware that it's not some schools doing it and other schools aren't. And you just have to watch out and question which schools. This is part of the government curriculum. So the curriculum to be inclusive, to be, to affirm certain things that I believe are false and stuff like that. Let's keep it that way. Gender equality, that's the whole alphabet situation that is going to be
push there. Look, I'm just parroting with what Jordan Peterson said, but me personally, before talking about Jordan Peterson, okay, there's respiratory therapists, men and women. Men and women are paid exactly the same. Nurses, nurses paid exactly the same. I'm pretty
Is
sure.
that in your province? Because that's not usually in our province.
Excuse me.
All I'm saying is, to my knowledge, especially when it's careers and stuff like that, private sectors, hey, people can do what they want. Like, they can decide what to pay you. Jordan Peterson was saying that.
He's more like gender inequality and stuff like that. I don't personally really jive with him. He's not my jam.
I like him.
I find him, what do you call this? What do you call it when you like split people up into like camps and stuff? Like
Segregate?
Yeah, that's not the word I'm looking for. Like divisive, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
he's divisive about the sexes, and I agree that sexes are different. We are, like, you have to acknowledge that it's Darwinism, but whatever. But I just don't like his approach. Maybe a little bit. I find he rubs me a little bit too aggressive. I don't know.
Well, I trust him when he quotes statistics or he quotes research, because he's a psychologist. So, and he if he says something that's not true, it can have, a negative effect and stuff like that. Because he's not just, he has credentials and stuff like that. Even now, it doesn't matter, because now he's never going to practice as a psychologist. So it doesn't matter.
Oh,
but
yeah,
earlier and stuff like that. So the statistics that he basically said is that the statistics are faulty, because when it looks like men are getting paid now presently more than women, it's because they're not looking at what jobs women are choosing to enter compared to men. So they looked at like the Netherlands and stuff, areas that they really tried to make gender equality. And what they found was that if they allowed equality in opportunity, that women naturally went to certain specialties, and they tend to want to work more with people, interacting with people. And a lot of men tend to go towards certain jobs that it's more dealing with things, and those have
I can agree with that, but I would way more like to see databases.
And he said that men just statistically tend to do more overtime. You have to calculate in that women, unfortunately, they are the ones that will get pregnant. Okay, so they're also having to take.
I disagree with the overtime, but I do agree with the pregnant.
He goes through like about 20 things trying
Do
to
you
say.
think maybe he's like 20 years in the past, though?
No,
Like,
this was pretty.
I feel like he's a little bit in the past.
Well, I know that he's up to date with the science.
I'm not exactly sure about that. I would like to see proof. Personally, I would like to see proof of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways, all I know is that lawyers get paid.
I'm not talking only about I'm not talking about lawyers, females, males. I'm talking about my daughter, my son, their education, their friends, the current past 5 years. I arguably would say maybe 10 to 20 years, because like the younger youth are getting underpaid. But anyways, I won't go there. But I do have my eye on the pulse of gender salaries. And my part-time job, Jason, in case you didn't know, she's an employment lawyer who's accoladed and stuff like that. So I have my pulse on employment law as well as my other law. So anyways, I won't argue here because I personally don't have the facts right now. But I will say my radar is on Peterson about his statistics. I just want to say that I'm not going to be 100% buying into everything he's going to say. That's all.
Yeah. For me, I'm just like, I'm a respiratory therapist, and it's not based, it's like, it's based on echelon, and that's it. Nurses in Quebec are paid the same, men or women. It's about credentials, your echelon, if you're went to college compared to university.
Yeah, you guys work on like a grid, a chart, like
I thought that this was everywhere. Like I can understand when, look, when birth control, came in, women now were able to decide when to get pregnant and control, and that was a big thing for them entering the workforce just early on, like just sanitation, like the invention of like tampons and stuff like that. So like when women started flooding into the workforce, and men were used to being the guys that were working and stuff like that, it's just a normal, in my opinion, like response to this is new kind of thing. And for sure there was sexism and there was inequality and stuff like that. But I'm looking around and I'm like, mechanics get paid the price of mechanics. Private, maybe there's more gender inequality, maybe there's more sexism, because a private company can do whatever the hell they want, right? They can pay, I want to pay you that, and you can accept it or go away. So maybe there is in private, but when it comes to like just professional careers where you graduate from universities, female doctors are making just as much as male doctors. Now, what I do notice though is that many more male doctors work like crazy. They live at the hospital. You wonder, like, do they even have a family? And I noticed that female doctors will work as a physicians, but they also might not be full-time. They're not like, one day working in the OR as an anesthetist, the next day they're doing the ICU. They're, like, a lot of the men.
But Jason, I see a lot of the opposite too. I see that things are so much have been changing in the last 10 years that females are now slowing down or putting off their reproductive choices or whatever.
Yeah.
And so like I kind of have a little bit of an argument, but I can't argue because I don't have the statistics.
Well,
but
wait, I agree with that.
I
So
like
why
it would be very interesting to see stats can maybe in 5 years from now, looking at the past 10 to see what those stats were, because honestly, to me, that would be fascinating. But even my own children, like I wanted kids when I was 19 years old and I didn't have them till I was 28, blah, blah, blah. And now my kids, like my own generation, one generation, they're like, I can't even fathom having kids, if at all, until I'm 30. And so we've seen this whole sliding scale of like women since the 70s and voting and emancipation, all this stuff. It's been changing since 70, 80, like, I don't know, what is that? That's 50 years or whatever. But even like, let's like scope that down, just because you brought it up, I have to bring it up just because like what I see, and then what I see in law and like, people being sued or employment issues or like on so many levels, even like taking maternity leave or being fired if they're pregnant, stuff like that. Like I see this, right? And then you see it in the medical field with maybe inequalities and doctors. And then anyways, we all have our personal experiences about even like I just see stuff like my males and females.
Like I don't have a strong I'll admit when I haven't done my research. So I me too. What I've heard I found convincing. So I know that there was sexism when women, for sure, and inequality.
Well, but I'll have one little bonus on you. I actually see it in lawsuits because I'm seeing all these, I'm seeing it being litigated, right? So admittedly, I don't have research and stats can and stuff like that, but I do have research and statements of claim and people litigating and or settling and stuff like that. Whereas you're working and you might like observe this in your environment, but I'm seeing it in the court systems and people who are bringing, you know, this stuff to litigation. So I just wanted to bring that up because you hit a little bit of a nerve with me, with like you do with religion. But anyways, because I see stuff, right? Which like I can't talk about.
For office work.
Let me know what. Okay, go ahead, Margaret, because you didn't have a
For
chance.
office work, a man and a woman in cubicles working on computers and that, yeah, they should get equal pay.
They
But
don't.
they don't?
No, I'm asking. Sorry, I interrupted. Go ahead. I'll shut up.
Yeah, I believe that they should get equal
Not
pay.
always, Margaret.
But
yeah.
Well, wait. Let Margaret go for a bit, though. Let her.
I was working at CP in the night cleaning as a spare, and I'm called in to go to work. And the floor boss says, I need 3 people because 3 of the men are on vacation. And it's putting out the dumpsters, garbage and recycling.
Mhm.
3 Polish women put up their hand. He says, it's a tough job. It's heavy work. Oh, we're strong. We're capable of doing that. Oh, yeah? Okay. You got it. Because it pays $160 for that night. Well, that changed quickly. We all had to change our office routine to cover for these women because they pulled their backs out.
Mhm.
So, you know, like, and then when my husband had the stroke and fell down in the bathroom and closed the door on himself, oh my Lord. I ended up opening the door and I couldn't pick him up. So I put a sheet on the floor, rolled him on the sheet, and I dragged him. I threw my back out. How in the hell is a firewoman going to carry a 200-pound man down the stairs?
Yeah.
And expect equal pay? You know, like, come on, you know.
Yeah, like I mean, there are those rare women that are beasts that you know,
Yeah.
but you know, like maybe I do sound sexist, you know, but yeah, it's like, you know, like things that it's literally just strength. You know, it's a question about strength and stuff like that. But
Well, I also
men
do.
tend
I
to go
also
into
do.
there. It's like police officers and stuff like that. You
I
know,
also
it's
do
man, like,
insurance law, and
I've
there's
seen
like
women
there's
police
a
officers
number.
and 2 women police officers, and I was like the guy was huge, and I was like, this is like a bad situation for these 2 ladies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, but
Unless
yeah.
they're in martial arts. Then
Yeah.
Or
Okay.
another,
So gender equality, I don't see it, but and LA sees it. So we'll go to the next one. Clean water and sanitation. Well,
oh,
I think, you know,
I
that
just
they
have
like
to
to
say
put
one
stuff
more
in the
little
water,
thing. Sorry,
right?
Jason.
What do
One
you
more
think?
little thing.
Yeah,
And
go ahead. We'll
could
go to
be
the next.
it could be completely wrong too. But in litigation, when you have to settle files,
Yeah.
there is like they attribute monetary values to what the damages are. And so when the damages are attributed to various things,
Mhm.
I guess what I wanted to bring up is one of the things is the role of the caregiver, whether they're male, female, homemaker, worker, what their income was, damages like what they lost, like did they lose a finger, did they lose their life, you know, anywhere in between, stuff like that. So, and that could be outdated, and this could actually go back to maybe 2 hours ago when we first started talking about the elites and how they, you know, how they control the world, which makes no sense. Like all the rich people, like the people in the insurance industry, for instance, in the banking industry, these people are the people running the world and the planet. And so anyways, there's a lot in my head there, but they're the ones making the value, putting the values, you know, so sorry, the monetary values, not the human empathy values on who matters more, right? And so that's a little bit of a split in my brain too, because because we're talking now about women versus men and values and their value and their contributions to like family. But it's literally like, I don't have the book, but like Jason, I held up a book about nutrition. There are books in banking and insurance industry that put these values, so-called values, on worth of humans and what they're worth, like future value, income loss, stuff like that. And so it gets a little bit nuts, right? And so anyways, I wanted to say that because I heard what Margaret said and I understand that. I don't know, maybe most people don't understand like the whole economy, global situation about all that shit, but it really drives me nuts. But anyways, I'm going to shut up again. For whatever I'm contributing to Jason's channel, it's just a lot on my mind. That's all. Many levels.
I'm trying to find just, it's insane how the whole world is a theater kind of thing, a enter stage left kind of thing. I'm still trying to find something that I want to read, and I found a part of it.
Sorry,
Here.
Jason. Can I
Go
just
ahead.
interrupt you there for a second? Sorry.
Sure. Go ahead.
Somebody once said to me many years ago, right? He said, someone very famous, a legendary man known as his name is Sir Roddy Barker, the late Sir Roddy Barker, right? He played. Anybody here actually remembers from back in the day, it was way before my time now, right? But from the 1970s, there's this TV series called Porridge. About this guy called Norman Stanley Fletcher, and he said, "Well, someone once said an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, right? An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, yeah. Well, guess what? Character once said, oh yeah, well, here's a bit of another scenario for you. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a nail, and not only that, but also different strokes for different blokes." So just want to point that out to you. Anyway, also as well, right? That just before I get off here, right? I'm going to leave here. Probably don't know in just a moment, right? But before I do, I want to share a little something with you. You know what I mean? I actually there's a quote I know, which I know I've probably mentioned this on this channel before in the past, but I'm going to repeat it anyway, just in case of anybody who may or may not already remember this one, right?
Sure.
This is a quote for you, in the words of Leonardo DiCaprio from the film known as The Beach, right? And
Yes.
I've mentioned this one before, but I'm going to mention it again anyway. I'm going to mention it. Goes like this: "Trust me, it's paradise. This is where the hungry come to feed. For mine is a generation that circles the globe and searches something that we haven't tried before. So never refuse an invitation. Never resist the unfamiliar. Never fail to be polite, and never outstay your welcome. Just keep your mind open and suck in the experience. And if it hurts, you know what? It's probably worth it. You hope and you dream, but you never believe that something's really going to happen to you. Not like it does in the movies.
Thank you, Luke.
It does. You expect it to be different, more visceral, more real. I was waiting for it to hit me. It goes on, by the way. Hope does it ever go on? I still believe in paradise. But now at least I know, but it's not something that I'm hoping to look for, because it's not about where you go, but it's how you feel for a moment in your life, when you feel that you are a part of something. And when you find that moment, it lasts forever." That's a bit of a quote for you from The Beach, that is, the film The Beach. So just thought I'd share that with you anyway, because, like what you guys were saying earlier about all about the likes of, all about equality and all that. And, personally speaking,
Well, thank you, Luke, for saying that. I know you were trying to say goodnight earlier, and I wish you a good sleep. I know you're on a different time zone and all that. So thank you, my dear, for sharing that.
Well,
say hi to Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor. Well, I really wouldn't be very fan. I'm not a fan of Conor McGregor, to be honest with you.
I know. I didn't think you would be.
But actually,
You're
one other thing.
kind of opposite, humble Luke and he's showboating,
No. Well, actually, just one other thing I'm just going to point out. Just going to say very briefly before I get off here. But
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, right? But listen, I absolutely have no problem with anyone who is, if they're not straight, but let's say if they're gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, heterosexual, pansexual, right? I'm pretty sure we can all agree on that. We can agree to disagree. But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? All they have to do, if anyone who would like that, for example, all they have to do is just say it once. That's all. You know what I mean? Only say it once, never say it again. You know what I mean? And if they're happy being the way they are, but then that's fine. Like, you know what I mean? But eventually, it will kind of really get to a stage where later on down the line, it will kind of really get to a point where, you know what? We don't even need to even promote yourself over and over again. Like, you know what I mean?
I think a forgiving heart and a tolerant person is probably more the way to go on this planet going forward than the way it is going with the wars and the money and war and all that crap. So, anyways,
Speaking of war,
there you go, Jason. Segue.
Next,
war is hell.
That's it. So I want to show you. So Albert Pike is I don't think he started Freemasonry, but he definitely was a 33rd degree Freemason. He wrote Morals and Dogma, which is kind of like the book that the Freemasons, have. The Mazzini, if I'm not mistaken, is the person related to the Illuminati. The whole point, though, is look at how accurate these predictions are about World War III. Okay. So.
Anyway, on that note, I'm going to get off here because my
No
battery's
problem.
going to be here.
Nice meeting you, Luke.
Good night,
No
Luke.
worries.
I'll see you again soon, my dear.
Mind yourselves and don't do anything that I wouldn't do. And remember,
Of course
always
not.
say-
We're good people.
well, as I always say, if you're pardon the pun here for this one, right? Always remember to keep your nuts in the road and keep your balls to the wall, if you know what I mean. Hence the
There you
expression,
go. There's my over the pond boy.
hence the expression, nim nim nim. I'll say no more.
Good night, my dear.
Anyway,
Good
Hawaii. God bless. And talk to you all again very soon. Have a good one.
See you,
Good
Bye-bye.
night. And Jason,
Bye-bye.
Jason, it's funny you bring up the Masons. My father-in-law, who's passed away now, he was a Mason. He wore the ring. At his funeral, many of the Masons showed up in costume and stuff like that, and they were singing some chants in a different language. I was not at my father-in-law's funeral because I was an ex-wife by then, but my kids, that was their first funeral.
Yeah.
And they, well, of course, they were young, right? So they came back to my house because I had custody of them and whatever. And they told me about what happened. And I was like, what the hell? And they're like, yeah, these people came in costumes and were chanting and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, I knew he was a Mason, and I knew he had the ring, and I knew he had talked to us about it in the past, but I didn't know, I don't know what level he was.
Yeah.
I don't know how indoctrinated and all that, but I find it fascinating that that was a pretty close,
I think that Freemasonry, to a large extent, it's a fellowship, a gathering, like a society, a brotherhood. They do good things for the community.
He was a Boy
They
Scout.
try and help
leader.
each other out, kind of thing, because you're a guy. You go there, you meet tons of people in a variety of different jobs. You can make network connections because I'll help you out, you help me out. And there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree, and he was also a Boy Scout leader or
That's it.
whatever you want to call that. But the point is, when do they show up at you? How high of a level do you have to be when
I
they
don't
show
know.
up for a funeral? Right, that's a little bit scary.
Well, Yeah, but like I'm just talking a general. At its highest level, it's Luciferian, and I can pretty much show that it's self-admitted. So look, this is what I'm trying to say. All of a sudden, October 7th, Hamas decides, to jump the fence and to go do that in Israel. I'll leave it at that. Okay. I don't care which side anybody's taking. That's not the point. What I want to say is, was that just a coincidence or was that orchestrated? Now, this is what I want to show you, and I'll let you guys decide. We'll just read the start here. Albert Pike's letter to Mazzini. The following is a letter that speculation claimed that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871. Now, I don't care if this is because what they're trying to say is like, no, he didn't really write it. It doesn't matter. I've seen this like 20 years ago at least. And what I care about is, even if this is not true and it's not a letter, but what they said here about the Third World War and what we're seeing now is not a coincidence. So the speculation that claimed that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini in 1871 regarding a conspiracy involving 3 world wars that were planned in an attempt to take over the world. The Pike letter to Giuseppe Mazzini was on display in the British Museum Library in London until 1977. Then they took it away. This letter has been claimed by many internet sites to reside in the British Library in London, which denies that the letter exists. Giuseppe Mazzini was an Italian revolutionary leader in the 1800s, as well as the director. I knew he had, I didn't think he created it, but anyways, he was the director of the Illuminati. Remember how I said, United Nations, World Economic, these are just chapters of the same team. The same thing with the Shriners, the Freemasons, the Skull and Bones. These are all the same thing. Albert Pike, historical Masonic figure, was a 33rd degree Freemason, occultist, Grandmaster, creator of the Southern District of the Masonic Scottish Rite Order. So we'll skip World War I and World War II because maybe, like you said, they just wrote it in retrospect to look very close to what actually happened. But how did they get this right about 20 years ago? Because at least 20 years ago, I saw this. The Third World War. So we're reading over here. I'll read it through. So I want you to think about all of a sudden Gaza, what's happening in Gaza, what's happening with the Zionist state of Israel, meaning not the religious, and it's a country, a nation, a sovereign nation kind of thing. I want you to remember the Seattle, when they were burning down Seattle, when Black Lives Matter, all of the riots, all of the destruction there. I want you to think about all of the universities now that are flooded with students with Palestinian flags. And I want you to realize that all that crap is happening, and that at Israel, it's a 7-front war. There's Yemen that's sending missiles from the Houthis in Yemen, sending and paralyzing the transport of goods and the supply chain in the sea there. They're attacking naval vessels that are the USA, and the administration that we have currently there are such cowards that they're not even retaliating. Then after, obviously, you have Iran that was initially working through their proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. You have Turkey, that's a NATO member, is extremely hostile, okay, and against Israel. So you have the Turks in Turkey that are enemies of Israel. You have Lebanon.
Excuse me a minute. Turkey, they have like 2 governments. One is military and one is for the people.
Religious. Okay. And then after you have Iran, obviously. Now Iran's sending, they're directly attacking back and forth. You have Lebanon down at the end of a Lebanon border with Israel. You have Hezbollah that is extremely strong. So all of that. And then on top of it, you have all of the Ukraine happening. You have Russia war. And then after you have NATO getting involved there. And then after you have Russia that is forming an alliance with Russia, China, North Korea, and something or other. China's probably going to go after Taiwan and things like that. So that's a lot of stuff happening. So let's see what he wrote, because he predicted this. This means that these wars are planned wars, okay, to achieve something. And it's in 3 phases. Third war. Let's read now. The Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agenda of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam, the Muslim Arabic world, and the political Zionism, the state of Israel, mutually destroy each other. That's their plan. They want that. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, economic exhaustion. We see that. Everyone's fighting. Everyone's on one side or the other. We have in the West, you have Palestinian flags all over universities. You have anti-Semitism and all that stuff going on. Yet, at least 20 years ago, I remember when I was all into the conspiracy stuff and checking and searching and just trying to find truth and wondering, near-death experience, aliens, everything. I remember checking into all this stuff. I remember this. So how did they get this right at least 20 years ago? So meanwhile, the other nations once more divided, and we can see that everyone's like, look, we're sending money over to Ukraine, and meanwhile, there's inflation, and you're not taking care of the citizens first. Like, why don't we take care of our own people and then go from there? Then it says, we shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists. So these are all the people on university campuses, nihilist and atheism. Okay, so they don't like the Muslims, they don't like the Jews, they don't like the atheists, they don't like the atheism that leads to nihilists. So who are they for? We'll find out. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and of the most bloody turmoil. Okay, because they know that atheism will often can lead to killing off people and stuff like that. If you have the biblical mindset, you can't do that. You believe in God, you believe in a creator, and stuff like that. But the atheists, it leads.
They have no rules. Everything's
well, it's because they'll say, well, it should be, we should do something is good when it leads to the most increase in well-being for the most people. Meaning, we could kill you. We could kill off a group if we've done the calculation that it will benefit the majority of humanity and increase well-being. We will step on the rights of people. But biblically, it's, well, we're made in the image of God. We are not given rights. We have innately these rights because of that, and each individual is uniquely valuable. That's not the mindset that they have with atheism. So it says, then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries
And the revolutionaries, this is what probably under the radar, not realizing it, the universities have probably been doing this for 20 years, but now it's giving birth, it's starting, like first you had to infiltrate the universities with professors that had these woke ideologies, slowly, semester after semester, graduating people into these indoctrinations. So that's why you have Greta, Thunberg, who has, is a child at the United Nations saying, "How dare you," which was pure theater. Who gave her that
Yeah.
platform, to start with? It's just a joke. They think we're stupid. And meanwhile, you got, Stop Oil, people defacing historical works of art, grabbing monuments, throwing them down, and the government's allowing it. It says there's for the Antichrist, they call him the lawless one. That's one of the names. And it says in the end, the hearts, in the end, lawlessness will increase and the hearts of many will grow cold. And that's what I was talking to my wife just yesterday about that last night. I was saying, Michelle, it's lawlessness. If you look, the citizens, when they speak up, they get arrested.
Right.
Violent
Or
offenders,
killed off. Or killed
violent
off.
offenders go in, they're processed, they're out the next day. People that are at protests, they stay in jail for weeks or months and stuff like that. So they're weaponizing the judicial system. They weaponized the media. They've weaponized, our food system. They've weaponized our medical system to a certain extent. And then here it says, so everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization and the multitude disillusioned with Christianity. So you see, they attacked Islam, they attacked Judaism, they attacked atheism, they attacked Christianity. So they're not atheists. So who are these people worshiping? Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitude disillusioned with Christianities, whose deistic spirits will from that moment be without compass or direction, anxious for an ideal, but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. We see that satanic and stuff like that, which has always, to a certain extent, been present in music and Hollywood and stuff like that. But music now is outright satanic rituals, literally. Like it's the music is horrible. It's just a bunch of filth on stage and stuff like that. And I think that Hollywood and the music industry repeating these songs are actually spells. They're mantras. They have intent behind what they're saying. And we know that if we say "I love you" to water and then analyze the molecules, they form structures that are beautiful. If I say "I hate you" and I want to kill you to a glass of water, they'll form distorted molecular shapes that are not beautiful. So you can imagine the power in words, that if we can do that scientifically, we've proven that we can change the water molecules, and I'll show you that. And we're 70% water, and that means that all we're doing is making utterances. So it's not the word "I hate you." It's not like it's because I know what "I hate you" means. So my intent, my understanding of that. So it's that vibration that changes. So they know that by getting people to follow these artists, listening over and over and over, and they go, "Oh, I just listen to the beats and stuff. I like, the tune of it." It's like, no, listen to the words, and those words are affecting you, and they're basically, so the pure doctrine of Lucifer. If you don't know what it is and you want to, I suggest you could research The Secret Teaching of All Ages by Manly P. Hall, who is a 33rd degree Freemason. I can show you guys that here. You can also look into Theosophy Society, the writings of Anna Blavatsky. These are all Luciferians. So you can have... and it's funny because all of these books I used to have, and I had a whole bookcase, and I threw all of those books when I became a Christian. I was like, all I need is a Bible now. And I was like, there's no point. I'm never going to go read these things. But I could have kept that because it could have meant good commentary here. But you could probably get it as a PDF here. So The Secret Teaching of All Ages, Manly P. Hall. So you don't have to go buy it. You can go read it right away. And this is the book that you can purchase, I'm sure, on Amazon or Chapters. Just a minute. I'll just show you there.
But the ones that you see on the news, Schwab,
Yeah.
Soros, Gates,
Yeah.
these are the fall guys, I think.
These are little minions that are,
Yeah.
there's a hierarchy, and
Yeah.
they are definitely not the leaders. Tying in now, if you've, other people maybe haven't seen, the Antichrist is,
The group of
Probably.
300, I think they're called.
well, the Antichrist is basically King Charles. And that's based on author.
But I'm on the fence about that.
I'm convinced, just because the guy shows at least 30 things that fit. Because you've seen that. Haven't you seen Tim Cohen and his big presentation
Yeah.
with the coat of arms there, the heraldic
Yeah,
achievement?
the pale horse and
It has
the dragon and yeah.
I mean, it has all the symbolism. And then after that, painting, and the fact that who wrote the Great Reset, COVID-19, the Great Reset, that was Klaus Schwab. But who at the World Economic Forum was the first person that said the word the Great Reset? It was King Charles. And so Tim has not popped on the scene talking about King Charles just because of his just got inaugurated as the king. He's been making this claim since the 90s. So he wrote The Antichrist in a Cup of Tea in the 90s, and going into all of the points. And he does actually add up to 666 with gematria as well. There's a Theosophy Society is also Luciferian. So this is Anna Blavatsky here on the bottom right. That's over here, this nice lady. Here, Anna Blavatsky. And she was Luciferian as well. And I can show you over here. Just search. I'm sure they have their website. Esoteric New Religion Movement. So the Theosophy Society is an esoteric new religious movement founded in New York in 1875. Its founder included Helena Blavatsky, a Russian mystic.
Yeah.
The society aims to investigate the nature of the universe, promote understanding of other cultures, and foster universal brotherhood among all human beings. But if you look into it, Blavatsky also talks about Lucifer being the light bearer and stuff like that, It's basically
So the people waiting for Jesus to come.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is supposed to be glowing. The people waiting for the return of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It won't be Jesus returning, then it'll be Satan, because he glowed, right?
Well, you have the first white horse that arrives on the scene with given a crown of victory and stuff like that. So that first one, I think the first horseman has already arrived on scene, and I think the crown of victory. I think that's when Charles was given his crown, and he's going to be the Antichrist because he has all of the symbols of it. If he's not, he went out of his way to make sure that his heraldic achievement had every single biblical symbolism, right down to the little horn with the eyes of a man. We have the little horn. We have the eyes of a man. We have the red dragon. We have the black prince that says, "I, the black prince, serve the red dragon." You have the restrainer on his heraldic achievement. We have the Bible that says when the restrainer is removed, the man, the lawless one, will appear on scene and stuff like that. So the second horseman is the red horse, and the red horse goes out and makes people go out and kill each other. So war breaks out, nation against nation, tribe against tribe, people against people. Then
People were asking him, how come you cannot step in and say enough of this?
Mhm.
But politically, his hands are tied. He cannot.
Well, there's a time. There's things that have to happen. It's not time yet, I don't think. We'll still have to get, in my opinion, digital. I think that it's 2030. I think they want the beast system to be fully operational for 2030. By 2030, digital, currency, social credit scores, and complete surveillance, all of these things, starting to put, biometrics and say, well, look, the currency for the country is paid through this biometric. So again, we're not forcing you, but if you want to get paid, it's like me saying well, I work at the hospital and I work in Quebec, Canada, but I don't accept any of the currency. I accept this. Well, we don't pay you in that. So tough, And I think there's no Christian that's going, to take the biometric and stuff like that. Well, no Christian. There's many Christians that will break and stuff like that. So, and I think it's coming, extremely soon, unfortunately, right? Let's go to the next one here. Global goals. Clean water. Well, they've been putting stuff in our water for a long time. So
Yeah, but they're stopping the fluoride, I heard. We get it in our toothpaste.
Meanwhile, this book proves that there's absolutely no. I mean, these people didn't have dentists, and they didn't have cavities either. It's all the sugar and stuff like that. The kids
Yeah, it's really weird because my daughter and we go to the dentist, so he got a cavity. My son, I would bribe my son to brush his teeth.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the week, I'll get you a G.I. Joe.
I know when I do.
He has his wisdom teeth
carnivore?
still, and he has one filling.
Yeah, when I do carnivore, my teeth never feel coated. I don't even think of brushing my teeth. My tongue's never gets gross or anything like that. Yeah, it's I never get stains and stuff like that. It's when I'm off the sugar, I'm hardly thinking of brushing my teeth. You guys can think I'm gross or anything, because I had receding, gums from brushing the teeth and all this stuff, and I was like, no.
Jason, can I interrupt for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Story. So my kids laugh at me because I bought my own dental kit.
Mm-hmm.
So I do my own because when I got my 2 jobs after COVID, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't no longer with my large firms that have all the benefits.
Yeah.
So, you know, a couple of years go by, COVID, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, then I took these 2 jobs. Well, they're 2 independent lawyers and they don't offer benefits, right? So I went online, of course, did my research, and I bought my own kit. Like, you open
Yeah.
your kit, it's got all the mirrors and the scrapers and all this stuff.
Yeah.
My kids were laughing at me. They're like, "Oh my God, only you would do that, right?" I'm like, "Well, I gotta take care of myself if I don't have benefits, anyways." So I do my own dental work right now. But
Oh,
anyway,
yeah.
so what I wanted to say more importantly is, I lost my train of thought.
Had to do with the teeth, the dental, then your kids were
Oh,
laughing at you, you know, the dental thing, you have to take care of yourself.
yeah, you have to take care of yourself. I think that's where it more went into, like, being independent. You have to take care of yourself. Don't rely on other people. Blah blah blah. It's kind of hard because most people won't do that.
Mhm.
Most people won't do that, and they'll probably, like, my kids laugh at me, like, "What the hell?" I'm like, "Why can you not do that yourself? I don't understand that.
Mhm.
Just do it yourself."
Anyways, they could put anything in our water. So
Oh, the fluoride. That's what it was. The fluoride. So
Yeah.
I did read some things a couple of weeks ago about fluoride in the water being well, again, we get back to our earlier conversation, Jason, about
Yeah.
the friggin' chemicals in the water. Okay, this is the point that I wanted to make. So I have like a nuclear physicist brother-in-law, right? And he's like, we have conversations. We did anyways in the past. He's like, well, we live longer because we are progressing as human beings and we are getting better and we're progressing. And I'm like, yeah, but some things just are like kind of like I'm not accepting them because of the chemicals and the bad and the pharma. And he's a nuclear physicist. Arguably, he's like educated and smarter. And he hated me. I swear to God, my brother-in-law hated me. But I have these questions. I always question. I don't just accept it. Like, you went to Queens and you have like this education and you're supposed to be smart, but do you question like the authenticity or arguably the conspiracy theories? Like, are you? He just always just like dismissed these things. Like, you guys are all crazy. This is-
University graduates, okay,
yeah.
tend to be indoctrinated, and they
And
tend to
I
be
think that's what happened. Like, I had
right?
all the
Because
national questions,
all
and he was
all
just friggin' like in jog. Exactly, Jason. Thank you for justifying my thoughts.
a lot a lot of the, you know, the
Yeah,
doctors
he's
say
just like,
things.
oh, you're the crazy one. You're the crazy one. You don't have an education. You're the stupid one. And I was just thinking, like, to me, it's common sense. Like, common
Yeah.
sense goes a long way, but
They,
but
they're
I
because
was always
they're
kind of like
highly
wondering what the
knowledgeable.
hell was going on, right?
They're highly knowledgeable in one
Oh,
area. Even doctors tend to be specialized. Like you
yeah,
have
I
family
know.
doctors are kind of useless because they know a little about a lot of stuff, and
Yeah,
then you have specialized doctors that know a lot about one little aspect, which is I don't,
I
you know,
feel like there's I feel like there's a lost art in common sense.
yeah.
Let me explain. I feel like Bruce got this as well. Honestly, I really do feel like he got this. There was
Mhm.
like a lost art in like, what the hell are you seeing and looking, and everybody else is going to convince you you're wrong. And I don't like that feeling at all because
Yeah.
I know me and I know what I'm feeling and what I'm seeing.
Mhm.
And Bruce touched me, and why I always like kind of stayed with him for a long time was because like I feel like there was a connection there. Like, yeah, you get it. It doesn't matter what the hell the people are going to try to sell you, you know?
now I my like
Be getting unplugged from the matrix kind of thing. I don't know if they call it blue pill, whatever, red pill or something. Was literally the keto diet. When I started to go and start looking at the research on PubMed and going like, there's tons of stuff saying that this is beneficial for this. And it's like, there's like, why isn't this being
pushed, and why is that being pushed? And how come? Look at this seed oil. It talks about coronary artery disease caused by seed oil. Why didn't they publish that like all over and say, watch out? No, it was red meat, which was actually not even accurate, calling red meat causing colorectal cancer. But everyone heard that for 1 year being called for, and then it gets redacted, and it's like, actually it's not true. But then you never hear about that. But people will remember, oh yeah, but red meat causes your butt to rot. Anyways, affordable and clean energy.
Part of me wanted to just like kind of apologize. Like I understand you bring me on your channel and stuff like that. I always tell you behind the scenes, I don't know what I can contribute.
I know we always get good conversations. Me, at one point, it was just our conversations were just revolving around the same thing. So then at one point I was like, this is not good content anymore. It's just kind of like, I don't know why you believe that. And I'm like, well, I believe this, that. And it was, so we can
But
do that.
I just don't know if like I'm adding any kind of like value about my
I think so.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I'll tell you to shut up if you. No.
I love you. You're my brother from.
We're still in the honeymoon period, like another year of you being on my panel, and I'll just kick you in once in a while. All right.
Well,
thanks.
I'm not sure about that. I do want to learn. I do want to know. I do question a lot. This is who I am. I have a lot going on, and I just feel like nobody understands and stuff like that. So, yeah, you're right. Maybe in a year from now, we'll be in a different place. I don't know.
The honeymoon will be over.
Well, I don't know about that. Like, it doesn't even feel that way. Honestly, it feels like,
No, I'm joking.
I know you are, but I do want to make sure that people understand that who are watching, that I do have a lot of respect for you. Even though we have a lot of questions and argue, I have like a lot of respect for you. Like if you were my son, for instance, honestly, I would have a lot of respect for you because you're doing exactly what I would want my children to do, which is be a good person, have a lot of questions, think a lot of things exactly like me, like I would like that. So
yeah. We can go. Well, thank you. That was very kind, and I send pretty much the same respect back right at you, or else I would be asking you to come on.
thank you.
So number 7 is affordable and clean energy. Oh yeah, I just wanted to for Margaret. Yeah, so the 4 horsemen. Yeah, the white one is the coming world leader. Okay, and so that's in the Bible. But that's New World Order stuff like that. That's not solely in the Bible. Like it is very clear they want global governance. So there's going to be a world leader, and in the biblical text, it's 10 kings under him. So if you look at how, I forget if it was another think tank of rich global leaders thinking how they can take over the world, but it's divided into 10 sectors, literally. So you see one, probably like North America is 1, Europe is 2, Africa's 3. Like it's basically 10.
Before we get to one world leader, though, I think
Yes.
we'll have 3 superpowers, and that's going to be divided like Russia will have all of Europe. China will have all the Pacific, and United States will have North America, South America, and the Caribbean.
Yeah. Like, I mean, look at who is active in the World Economic Forum, and you have Russia. They're Putin's part of that. Shaking hands with and the China as well. China is the prototype. It's that's where they want the world to get, because China has a credit score. China has total surveillance. China has digital currency. China is communist. It's like,
but so is Russia, and so is US, and so my problem is.
But Russia is communist.
I'm totally at a point where I distrust everything.
They don't have the
So, like,
surveillance.
I think Russia is more capitalist.
Sorry, say that again.
I think Russia is more capitalist now.
Yeah,
When
but the
I was in
problem
high
is
school,
we all have these thoughts, and we have
Well, there-
no real data, no real sort of information, because it's all arguably
Censored.
propaganda, or arguably like there's no measure anymore in the world about facts. And I think that is what is basically making me lose my mind.
So first horse is the coming global leader, which it won't be the whole world. There will be factions, whether it's nations that are not in agreement. That will there will be battles here. That are, it's not the whole world that will be agreeing with him, and that's where he'll wage war against those who refuse to be marked with the new system and all of this. I know that
How do we find that? Like, how do we find like what's real anymore? I don't know.
we have to be aware. We have to question everything, watch everything.
Yeah, but how do we know who to believe, and like what's factual, and
use discernment?
The world is also going so fast that we can't even fact check as fast as we can. The old world in my law background, for instance, is it's kind of like the encyclopedia or the law books. Like everything's in history, right? Like everything is a library, right? But everything is going so fast right now, and with politics and with manipulation of social media and manipulation of minds, and arguably, I would just say like the manipulation has actually been going on for like many decades, that people just wouldn't even know that, or wouldn't even believe it. But I'm at that point where I'm like, this has been going on for so freaking long that like it's really difficult to understand what is going on and for how long, and the history might be manipulated. And if the history is manipulated, then our minds are manipulated. And then I kind of get into like a paranoia state, or like what is going on. Sorry, I'm ranting, but honestly, I'm so sleep deprived right now. That's what's going on.
Yep, it's look, it's very simple. It seems like to me, like I said, that you have world economic, new world order kind of thing, beast system, whatever, global governance, great reset. Like they're all talking about the same thing. Okay. So the Bible's saying it in a certain way. The secular people are saying it in another way. The Freemasons are saying it in another way. Like everyone's in agreement, and it's happening. It's like Noah Yuval Harari said. He said that technology and AI and surveillance capabilities and the ability to monitor even thoughts and stuff like that to control. He goes, these authoritarian like Hitler and stuff like that, they didn't have these means to control their population to the degree that they have now. Meaning, when people are saying, "Oh, he's the Antichrist," like 1,000 years ago, it's like no. And I always said that. I said the Antichrist is not going to come on scene while there's different nations. He's going to come on scene once there is global governance. Why be in one country? And I really think that
who's going to believe that? Like, even if it does come, like for instance, if you just,
what do you mean who's going to believe what?
Okay,
context?
So for instance, you said you always believed he's going to come on scene, blah blah blah. Like
yes.
but when that comes on scene, what does that look like? Is that Trump? Is that Israel? Is that Harris?
Well, that's where like again,
nobody's gonna know what the hell that looks like.
Well, see, this is like I said, this is me
with my basket,
Yeah.
Eastern, putting one thing at a time. So I didn't do any effort, but Tim Cohen did effort, and he wrote the book in 1990, and he basically showed, Prince Charles, of Wales and stuff like that, all the symbolism, how it tied into what the Bible says, the man of sin.
I literally appreciated your past YouTube chats on that, because you pointed out all the little intricacies about that.
Hey, sweetheart.
Hi, sweetie. But the issue with that is, how do the little minions like us prove all that? Anyways, it gets complicated, right? But it makes sense at the same time. But it makes
I think
sense.
it's communicating. I think that
You don't think it's the deep state?
yeah,
Pardon me, Margaret?
You don't think it's the deep state? They're doing assassinations and
I've been
voting
doing
stuff.
research for 30 years on instinct. And the problem is there's no proof, there's no data, and I wish there was. I wish all of us could like topple it all down. But
all I know is that there's a convergence of biblical stuff,
yeah,
but extra biblical.
yeah.
So you have this prophecy of the popes. Yes, sweetheart.
I found a heart.
Yeah.
What did
Oh,
you
wow.
find, dear? She's so cute.
I found
What did you find?
She's like looking at
Just show her, Grandpa.
physical degeneration.
Look, I found it.
Yeah.
It's an all cousins.
Wow. Yeah. You got to brush your teeth.
I don't want boss teeth.
No.
I don't have boss teeth.
Yes,
Okay.
you do. You have to brush your teeth, my sweetie.
Let's go. Let's go get our jammies on.
Okay. So maybe I'll cut it in 5 minutes.
That's
there, 'cause
okay.
we're
That's
out
okay.
road
Do you want to
for
go
3
take
hours.
2 minutes?
Um,
I can talk.
but like what I wanted to finish was, look, there's this prophecy called the prophecy of the popes, or the prophecy of Saint Malachi, and if you calculate it, the 112th pope ends. So this prophecy, which is an extra biblical prophecy, it's a Catholic Vatican prophecy, but Pope Francis is the last pope. So you have that prophecy that you want to keep an eye on and see, is there going to be another pope? Because if there's another pope after Francis, yeah.
But anyways, I have so much to talk to you about.
Wait.
Like, who the hell? Like, why do we? Oh my God, Jason, I'm gonna
Wait,
lose
I'm trying-
my freaking mind.
I didn't
The
finish.
popes, the royalties, the people, the presidents, the people we
Yes.
put in power. This is the problem with this friggin' circulating planet right now, in my opinion. Anyways,
So
we
wait,
put
this
people in power,
the
and
pope.
they're like held to this kind of standard that like people, like the minions,
listen to
are
this, though. Listen to this,
looking at, and they're not thinking.
So the last pope, okay,
Oh,
is supposedly the title is Peter the Roman, okay? Well,
Yeah.
like Peter the Roman. So that doesn't make sense because first of all, his name is Pope Francis, so there's no Peter there. Yes, he speaks Italian. Okay, we could say he's Roman. His real name is what? Borglio, something Borglio or something.
well, who cares? Yeah.
So, anyways, there's no Peter there. But
I found
so
a heart.
when Pope Francis is named after a monk who was named Francis of Assisi. Okay,
Right.
Yeah, we're familiar with his name.
Francis of Assisi, his name before becoming a monk was Peter in Roman, Petros or something.
Well,
Right.
I'll take your word for it because you're the
So-
researcher.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh, so Pope Francis is actually named after Francis of Assisi, who was Peter, and this guy's a Roman. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna keep an eye.
because
But like,
if there's another pope,
okay, I have
then
to
wait,
stop
wait,
you, but, like,
then
why are
then
you
we see-
believing? Why are you believing what is these?
I'm not believing. I'm keeping an eye on it. That's all. So I said, okay, that's interesting. So that's extra biblical. I'm going to keep my eye on that. Then after you have just on the world stage, the agenda 2030, what they want to accomplish. We look at the World Economic Forum, where they want to get us to. They want us to eat bugs. They want us to own nothing. They want us to have no privacy. They want us to be happy with it. Like these are
Well, okay, so we become robots. Let's accept it and die.
right. Then I go to the biblical, and then I'm looking at all the end time prophecies. What will happen on the geopolitical stage? Israel returning in 1948. That's insane.
Why do people fight about 2 yards in a line in the sand? Right?
So there's a great convergence of
Like, well, here's a question. Why do you think people fight about like literally 2 kilometers in the sand, like Palestine and Israel and the war for decades? Like, what is the reason? What is that makes no mental sense? It makes
Because Israel wants that land. It's
But
good
it
for
makes no
casinos and oceanfront condos.
for hundreds of years. Like there's a deeper freaking thing going on here. This is
Yeah.
not the way I would raise my children. And Jason has a grandchild right here, 4 years old or whatever. And like we would never raise our children this way. And these things have been going on in my entire lifetime that make zero sense to me, that make me incensed.
Yeah, but they're clannish. Those people are clannish.
I don't want this on my planet. It makes no sense.
But I have a question for Joseph. Years ago, my friend told me, I think it was the 4 popes back, opened the letter of Sister Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said, oh, poor Canada, poor Great Britain. Do
Well,
you
I don't know
recall
what
that?
you're talking about, but I'm talking about a bigger picture about war. And war tied to economics and money. Like even that question to me, Jason, honestly, when they say war is tied to money, it's an economic like drive.
Yeah.
Like what I personally don't understand, like I'm not an economist here, but like
Mhm.
so you're spending taxpayers' money on war, but
To kill people.
how is that a return? So you know what I mean? Like if there's no return.
That's what I'm saying. It's deep
Well,
state.
it's because they own BlackRock. They own the military companies.
No, like
So,
I know
right?
I know who like I know that, Jason.
So for them it's beneficial.
But where's the money coming? Like you're spending money on making the military like the hardware, you're blowing up a bomb, you're spending money on and then you blow the bomb up, then you kill people. Where's the income? Like where's the return? I don't understand the economy of war. I don't understand where the return is. You're spending billions of dollars on war and like you're building all these things. You're spending money, taxpayers' money. You're building them out. You're shelling them out. But where's the return? I don't understand where the return is. It makes no sense to me.
It's always these rich families, DuPont, Kellogg's, okay, Rockefeller, all of all Bilderbergers, all of these super rich families, okay, that interbreed among each other. I mean, you can even look at all the presidents that are related, down in their lineage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So money is not what they want. Okay.
No, yeah, you're right.
What they want is this.
So you're right. The return is not monetary. The return is like fucking psyche or something.
They want the whole world for themselves. They want their Wagyu beef. They want, to live like kings on islands, okay? And they want us in smart cities like feedlots, okay? And
how are they being fulfilled by this? I don't understand how that is a fulfillment. Like they're evil people,
and they enjoy the luxuries of this world and they want it all for themselves. And
But it's not fulfilling. It's not a fulfillment.
well, it's doing nice things tonight. Like the majority of people are deeply flawed, like me and you, like everybody, but they do have a moral compass, and they're a mix of bad and good, you know, and certain things. That's how we all
I just
are.
can't admit. I can't.
But we
imagine
all overall
being
have a
fulfilled.
conscience. There are evil freaking people, and
But I don't
they get
understand what they're getting
pleasure.
out of it.
They
Like,
get pleasure
do
controlling.
you think about that sometimes? Do you think
No,
like,
because I'm not
what
an
the
evil
hell are
person.
they getting out of this? I don't understand where the fulfillment is. Like, I don't get it. I don't know.
Okay, there is a passage that, and it's talking about the Prince of Persia. Persia is the old 2,000 years ago. It was called Persia. Now it's called Iran. Okay, it wasn't that long ago that it was called Persia. So in the Bible, he's talking about the Prince of Persia. So every nation. I'm not saying this is fact. I know that this is not what you believe. I'm just talking theologically. If you're curious, the
Yeah,
narrative
a part of me always
is that
says, like, where is everybody going to
70
believe in
nations,
things that are written?
okay? I think there was roughly 70 nations initially at the Tower of Babel. He put angels, okay, these interdimensional beings, okay, these angelic spirit beings, okay, that live in the spirit realm. He put them over every nation, okay. Now they were supposed to, you know, be the boss, but do what the bigger boss wanted, but they didn't. They did exactly what they wanted, and this is where I believe all of these various mythologies and religions and stuff like that, I actually believe that these were actual interdimensional beings, that there is somewhat a grain of truth to it. It says in the end times that the Prince of Persia, okay, and the Prince of Persia, it means that it's a spirit over Iran that makes that influences Iran to hate the Jews, and there it talks about
So this
the
is where
Prince
this
of
is where
Fire.
I get a little bit crazy, because like you're gonna tell me these stories.
So what I'm saying is basically, yeah, go ahead.
These interpretations, right? And so as a factual type thinking person, is I'm constantly questioning, like I hear you, but what upsets me so much is you still always, and it's no offense, meaning no offense to you, because you know I love you.
Mhm.
The problem is, how do you get to your point where you're going to start talking where I have to interrupt you to say, like, but you're believing in all these scriptures and like writing.
No, I'm not. This is
where
what I'm
I'm
saying.
the one sitting here going like, blah, blah,
Right.
blah, like you're listening
Right.
to
Well,
people.
this
that
is what I'm saying.
have no facts.
No, you're
And
not
that's where
comprehending.
you and I
No.
get a little bit.
This is where I think that and listen to me, and
I
please
will.
listen.
I
okay?
always do, and
Now
I hope you will listen to me
I am
too.
going to talk forcefully for a second. Okay, please
Okay.
listen.
I mute when
There
I
is-
listen.
In the Bible, there are end time. There are things that the Bible, let's say this is the Bible, is saying in the end times, these things will happen. And what I'm saying is,
But the Bible is a written word.
it's a written book. So
But
I'm looking.
this
Please
is where you and I
listen.
get off the rails.
I'm going to mute you. I want you to listen. I just said I want to speak like directly, and be quiet for 2 minutes. So listen. The Bible, okay? So let's look at fact. Forget the belief. The Bible is at least 2,000 years old. That's fact. Good. In the Bible, it says that in the end times, we don't know when that is, but it says in the end times, culture will be like this. In the end time, this nation will do that. In the end time, Israel will come back into their land. So what I'm saying is, okay, yes, there's a lot of stuff that's just take it as belief, and you can't prove it. But if the book said that Israel would be dispersed, and that book is the Old Testament, and they got dispersed in 70 AD, and Israel was no longer a nation till 1948, and this book, the Bible says, I will disperse you into the nations, and in the end, when the completion of the Gentiles, I will bring you back, and I will bring you back into the land. And that happened. Now, in 70 AD, have you ever seen Rome, Greece, the Ottoman Empire, all these huge mega empires that crumbled and never to come back? And Israel got dispersed for almost 2,000 years, and it came back.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is there's prophecies, and it talks about the prince of prince of Persia, as if, yeah, I love you. Love you, sweetheart. So what I'm saying is, I was looking, and until October 7th, what the hell? That there was no truth to that. Iran's not doing, like, Iran hates Israel. That's nothing new. But for the first time, Persia has hit. That is biblical. These are Christians check-offing all of the things that the book is saying. So in respect to the Bible, those things, like Bible saying thousands of years before, I'm gonna disperse Israel and I will bring them back in the end times, that has happened, and that is historical fact. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I've read the Bible and I'm seeing stuff happening now. Those are facts. Now, stuff like Jesus is the Son of God, all that stuff, I can understand you going like, Jason, I just can't believe that. That's like Odin and stuff like that. But there are facts, and the book is getting a lot of stuff correct. That's all I'm saying. Not everything. That doesn't prove that I because of what I just said, the whole thing is that. No, I understand that there's a lot of aspects I can't prove, but there are some things that are coming true.
I agree. And like,
So-
I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. What I'm saying is it like literally makes zero sense
Yeah.
to be arguing about literally kilometers of territory for centuries. So this makes no sense. So
Right.
it must not be about that, because like if it was about that, then it would just make more sense to draw a line in the sand. Like, I work in law, like I said.
Exactly.
So when
This
you
is the
mediate,
point.
there's somewhere in the middle, you're gonna
Yep.
draw the line in the sand, and you're gonna go your own separate ways. So
Yep.
it's deeper than that. Yes, I understand that.
Yep.
I do get it. But what doesn't make sense is that we're going to live on some sort of spinning planet across some sort of universe that we don't understand, and people want to fight about this bullshit. Like, honestly, come on.
Yeah.
Like, anyways, that's the part where I go a little bit nuts. You know?
Also,
No,
this Pope said in a meeting with the cardinals, evil is walking the halls of this Vatican. That was his words.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And I'm there like, oh crap, here we go. Like, really? They're all over the place.
So I agree. I agree 100% with you when you say it makes absolutely no sense why they're fighting over that land. And I agree. Now, I'm not claiming fact when I say this, but I'm saying the Bible gives a spiritual reason why. And it's saying that every nation has a angelic being over it. And in the Bible, specifically, the Prince of Persia is the one that will be going in the end times after Israel. That's all I'm saying.
I can appreciate that you're saying that, and I can appreciate that you're about to share that. But I want to ask you one question though.
Yeah.
Why? And I keep coming back to this question on several points for you over several live streams now.
Yeah.
It's the same question. why do you believe this written word? Do you believe the written thing because, I mean, honest to God, like that would be like the best thing to think, because it seems like it makes sense because it's positive, right? But like, I'm picking your brain right now because I'm thinking like, do you literally believe that people are like writing this and like you need to believe it, or is it because it's written and that would be like the best scenario to believe in, as opposed to, you know, the saddest thing would be that like if you don't believe in that, then like we're all screwed. You know what I mean?
The only way to know one book, why is the Bible authoritative and the Bhagavad Gita isn't? And this is where I'm like, is there like a veil over your ears when I say this? The only reason is that the book has prophecy that is fulfilled,
Yes.
not vaguely, like insanely. And historically, Jesus Christ is a historical figure. In academia scholarship, there's nobody that will say, no, Jesus is a mythology and stuff like that. He was a historical figure. He was a Jew, and he was crucified, and he was buried. And the historians will even go as far as to say that no, we don't believe he was resurrected, but we historically believe that the people that wrote it 100%, whether they were right or wrong, believed it, because historically we know they went to their death for it. Okay.
Right.
And so
But
now I have
even the letter that was written to the Roman emperor,
right. And so there's
stating
that extra
who
biblical.
Jesus was, how he looked, and how the crucifixion went, and the aftermath after the crucifixion. Why would the Romans steal a body? That would make him a martyr. Like, and the Romans denied stealing the body. You know, so
And so there's historical context. The Jews that hated Jesus wrote about them in their rabbinical writings, saying like that he's in hell being boiled in a cauldron of feces. Like, so why didn't they just say he didn't exist? That would have been smart. So they didn't think of saying that he did. They were like, no. So it's documented that Jesus made these claims and stuff like that. And then so there's the fact that it's a religion that has a historical figure, that the books inside are written like biographies of the main character, and the epistles are written like literal letters of communication to early church members with the apostles. Then forget about that. So there's historical relevance. Then after there's archaeological relevance. So then I'm like, wow, like I'm convinced. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, do you remember a time or age in your life when you were say a young child, and then now? So anywhere, like a timeline, a chronology between like when did you start? No, this is not the question. Not when you started. Sorry. So you started presumably like reading and learning, When did you become convinced, I guess, that what you were reading, when did you become convinced when what you were reading swayed you to what you were reading, convinced you to what, like to
I understand.
where you are now? Like I'm definitely not there.
So definitely had tons of doubts. Like, do you remember what I said? I started to say, because I always believed in God. I always talked about that's 100%. And I believe that God worked in my life. I don't think that he only works with Christians. So that's when I went on my 20-year search of buying books, reading and everything and anything and searching and then trying to figure out and stuff like that. And I was more attached to Eastern stuff. I had the same idea that this is not real. They're the Jesus stuff. And,
that didn't make sense. So I didn't bother with that. And I said, well, maybe there's some reality. It's probably the Gnostic Gospels make more sense and all this stuff. But while I was not believing and doing Christ consciousness, I was picking up a lot of the Bible anyways, because I was trying to decipher secret hidden stuff in it. And I picked it up kind of. But I remember telling God, because I wasn't going anywhere spiritually, I knew there was something wrong inside of me. I didn't have spiritual happiness in me. I felt empty.
You weren't
inside.
fulfilled.
There was something missing, and it was God. And I kept on telling Michelle, there's nothing worse than there's nothing worse than believing in all of these spiritual things and knowing that I'm devoid of them. And drinking was a huge hurdle to me experiencing this moment that I had with God. I had to get that out of the way, the regular drinking.
But why did you have to think that when you were in a crisis or drinking or had spiritual questions, or what brought, I don't understand. This is the part I don't
open-mindedly see it.
Why do you have to cling on to something like that? So for instance, and yes, I know you went through Buddha and God and Christianity and stuff but what made you cling on to one thing versus another? But to kind of caveat all that is why do you think you had to do all of that versus just do nothing and just claim a humanity that this is life? This is just the shit. You don't have to actually cling on to one A, B, C, D or other,
No, I came out, hedonistic, party animal. I wanted the pleasures of this world, and I was a nice guy while I did it. I wasn't a bad guy. Okay. So I was party as hard as I could in my teens, in my 20s, hardcore still partying and stuff like that. Sought the recognition in my job and stuff like that. Attained recognition. It's nothing. And it's like a toy. It's God. So I knew trying to seek recognition in society, even in my career. I have published research. It means nothing. It's it's yay, and then it's
I understand
so
that.
I tried all of this. So there was emptiness, a void inside. Okay, I was writing this when I was 10 years old. I had a little diary that my mom with a lock for Christmas had bought. We wrote for 3 months, and after every second or third day, I was I went to karate today. I played with my friend, and then once I still in a dark, deep void. And I remember that I could not ever be alone with myself. I always had to be socializing with somebody. I have to be doing something, or I had to be drinking, or I had to be under the influence of something. I had to fill that void. Well, eventually, it caught up with me. So I had to, get sober. And it's when I got sober that I really went even more on this spiritual quest and stuff like that. And I tried all the other stuff besides Christianity. I didn't believe in it. But there's one thing was, again, oh, wow. When I started seeing wow, this is on the mountains of Ararat, that really does look like a petrified boat and stuff in Hull. So I went and researched that archaeological site. I might be gullible, it might not be, but I thought I was thoroughly convinced. Then I go and I find Mount Sinai. Joel Richardson went and visited that, and that guy earned my respect because I had listened to his Bible teachings, and he was thoroughly deceived, but if he's wrong, but you could tell he was genuinely convinced, and that was Mount Sinai. So now I'm starting to go through the Old Testament that people were even, a lot of people were saying oh, there was no King David, there was no Davidic dynasty. So now I'm finding archaeology. So this has been a really freaking long journey.
I know. And what I was trying to hold back is it's a long journey. You're a little bit younger than me. And what if I'm older than you? What if you're not correct and you haven't found the end of the rope and you haven't discovered everything and you
Yeah.
still have questions and stuff like that. So I'm more of the point of, you're saying all your journey and stuff like that, but my question is, like, what if you're still incorrect? What if we still don't know?
Right.
What if,
So
are you still open to that kind of like situation? Because
100%.
I feel like sometimes you're not. I feel like sometimes you're still like just embedded in this. The New Testament is the end all and be all. Please read it. Please come to my my journey, my end. And I'm a little bit ahead of you because I'm a little bit older. So part of me is thinking, and well, it's no secret, I've questioned you on a lot of things, and I think I have still a lot of questions, and maybe I can articulate them later. I am very exhausted and tired, but I do want to articulate these things because I feel like if you were my son, for instance, Jason, if you were Adam, I would be saying, like, you cannot be that conclusive at the end at such a young age. You cannot just like make your mind up. Nobody can make their mind up at the end of the day of their day at the time that they're in, whatever age they are, because we don't know. We don't have the facts. And that's kind of like where I kind of
so
my
me
mind is
me
at.
starting at 20 and finishing at 40, and now going from 40 to 45, intensely studying the Bible. So a 25-year journey, and I'm supposed to be gullible when I went to every possible religion besides Christianity because I didn't think it was true.
Please don't misinterpret it. Please
what
don't
I'm saying is I am
me. I'm not putting you
intellectually
down in
honest.
any way, though.
I may be deceived. There's no way for me to ever. There's no way to prove anything 100%. There's no way to prove that I'm just a figment of your own imagination, or that I'm going to wake up and go like, wow, I was plugged into the matrix in the simulation. There's absolutely, you can't prove that you're in it. You can't prove that you're not in it. Okay. So I can't prove that to you. What I can say,
I'm not asking for proof. I'm just asking, like, are you open to being not so
right?
not
Yes,
so ingrained in your like
right.
New
But
Testament?
right. So how about this? I did my research. I might be wrong about nutrition, but I applied it and it helped me.
It
I
works
see
for
a
you.
lot of
Yeah.
people apply it and it helps them. Okay.
Can I
So
say something?
I'm going to preach that because it changed my life and I want to make other people experience health. So I will preach it. Now I might be damn wrong. Maybe keto's freaking dangerous. Maybe I'm just totally deceived. Like vegans are totally sure they're right. So I'm doing this, and the intention behind it is exactly that. I have been
But intention is everything.
I have been intellectually honest with myself. Okay. Listen, I might be wrong, but I'm intellectually honest with myself, seeking the truth, and then finally asking God and saying, okay, God, well, I don't believe in Jesus. And if he is the way, I'm open to that. But do you want me to lie and say, just in case it's true, I believe in Jesus, I accept you as my savior?
Yeah.
So I was talking to God back and forth.
Don't mistake me. I'm not calling you
Yeah.
a liar
No,
or bad
this is
intention or ill intention, but because I live with that too. It's like my intentions are willing, but it doesn't mean they're right.
Right. So, but let's say it is wrong. But within this world, all of the answers that I have been answered. It puts me in a positive mindset. No, it's true. You keep on saying, I have no clue why this is happening over this plot of land. I'm like, oh, well, spiritually, I might be wrong, but it gave me an answer to the question that you had. You're muted.
You're muted. I can't hear you. You muted yourself.
Oh, sorry. I understand what you're saying, but
Yeah.
the problem is, like, even if, like, again, when I look at my younger children, they think their version is correct because that's where they're at in the moment. And this is the weird part about getting older. Like, this is the shiz I never thought about when I was younger. But now that I'm getting older, I'm like, of course, they all think they're right. And I'm thinking, like, oh, but I know so much more, and you want to, like, be an empath and, like,
So
teach them and stuff like that. And
if I'm wrong,
I feel like that about you a little bit,
right,
bit.
but the
I
point
feel
is
like,
that
oh my God, I just wish you knew just a little bit more.
LA, if I was seeking, okay, all my life to fill a void, which got me into hedonistic, worldly desires that imprisoned me in my own passions and caused
It's
a lot
not
of
only about that, it's
wait,
even just about intellect.
just wait. Okay, not knowing that maybe it was God that I needed. Okay, and then after finally having this desire and this burning, I need to know. And that's what sent me on it. Now, why that desire appeared in me, I don't know. Why do some people like to paint and other like to sing and other like to play games? I don't know where my desires come from and stuff like that. So a desire, because I tried to fulfill myself with all the world stuff, and it was all vanity. It all in the end was just dust and shadows. It was like water that I was trying to hold, and it would seep through, and I kept on trying to fill. And then finally, it became, I realized that it was a spiritual hunger. And I went and while I was reading all of the books, it was like I was into it, like it was like,
Well, of course you were, because you were craving certain things.
but
Yeah.
completely empty, trying to get
But
this.
that doesn't make it
Wait.
necessarily correct.
Trying to get this spiritual transformation that they were promising me.
Yeah,
I call it an awakening.
it's an awesome step to do that because it shows that you have intention, right?
Right.
But I feel again, 10 years older than you, I feel like I've done that already in the intention. I feel empty because the intention, even though I did that, it still leaves you empty because I don't think looking to the books and the other people writing the books, which you and I have talked about,
Yeah.
it doesn't really mean like other humanities perceptions are going to have my answers for me. So like I kind of now dismiss all that because I'm not looking for books because other humans write the books or they have their perceptions. And so I'm beyond a little bit of that. Well, no, I
Seems to
am.
me if I found truth,
But
I would
it
try and
doesn't
write
mean
it.
I don't respect their intelligence or their seeking or their journey or their sharings, right? So I'm just a little bit beyond their sharings, their books, their like it. I think it's
Okay,
coming
look,
down.
for example-
Ultimately, it's just always going to come down to your own consciousness and self. And I don't think that other people are going to be able to help us. I say us, plural, with what may be our selves are looking for. I really, really don't. I think it's really it's really going to be in your own head and consciousness and self. And I don't think we should be looking. I think that looking at other people's and learning and gathering information is one compartment, but I think that it really does come down to your own self, for your own consciousness and like a single a very basic. It's kind of scary, but it has to be like within your own self.
If the Christians, okay, are wrong, then they were just closed-minded bigots that were too judgmental. Okay. and everyone ends up eventually, maybe it's like a karmic wheel, maybe we're all God, whatever. And it's like no harm done. But if the Christians are correct,
Excuse me.
then the message is infinitely important, because it's a question of having that's full of disease, suffering, and decay and evil, with few commercials of happiness along the way. And you muted yourself. And then
That's a given. It's gonna
wait.
happen.
It's a difference between having this crappy life and having this crappy life, but a life the way God intended initially, which is a perfect body, which is no more our sinful desires. It is like being there in the presence of God, in the presence of fellow humans, and transformed. The curse of our battle inside is removed.
Both can exist. Like you can have exactly what you said. Both can exist. I believe both can exist. A perfect want and life and living and stuff. But then again, my true crime shit, which exists for sure. Then we have like evil in the world and stuff like that. But for I don't know. I'm getting off on a tangent. I agree.
What I'm saying is,
I agree with you that
I'm throwing it back.
We have intentions that are beautiful and living healthy and helping our neighbors and all that stuff. Like I really do believe, like that's how I live personally. That's how I live. I give and donate and do all that stuff to help people who are lesser than me. I live my life that way. I do this, and I know on my grave, my daughter and my son, at least they are the two people that will know that I do this kind of stuff. But
I just want to do a test on you, okay? So, who's Joshua in the Bible?
You can't do that test because I already admitted to you that I did not read it. So.
Perfect. That's what I just want to say. So if
I live my life without needing to know or read a book about it. I live it intuitively. You know what I mean?
I know.
Intuitively. Yeah.
What I'm saying is you have to be able to accept that if you're trying to...
I don't have to accept anything. I live it intuitively.
You're not listening. You have... I'm making a rhetorical statement. You don't have to. I'm just...
But I live intuitively about...
I'm the guy that went on a 25-year now, okay, at least 20 before I fell for the Bible, okay, reading everything and anything, okay, really trying, okay, because it was about my own inner void that I was trying to
see. That scares me, Jason. Why did you have to try when with me it's very intuitively to not be evil or negative or hurt people and stuff like that.
It's not only about evil. It's desiring God and not feeling His presence.
So break that down, because like, what's the difference between you and me? Where I feel like my entire life is I consciously think about always doing good and helping and blah blah blah, and then you say you had to battle and come to Jesus. You had to come to Jesus because you were battling demons and negative things. So what's the difference between you and me? Honestly, what's like that's a question.
Jesus said, "Seek and you'll find; knock, the door will be open."
But I didn't have to seek.
You didn't want to seek Him, so you didn't find Him. You didn't knock at His door.
So here's
you don't want Jesus.
So LA, excuse me a minute.
I didn't have to seek if I wasn't being a negative person. I was living a positive, encouraging life. What's the difference between, okay, so here's the question. What's the difference good and evil, right? So you had to find the Bible and find and salvation and make yourself better. But I never battled evil or questioned. I battled evil because people were against me and evil. But you're saying you had to find God and battle your demons. Whereas, see, do you see what I'm trying to ask the question here?
I look at we all have if we can put in non-spiritual, we all have egoism. We all have an ego. That's why Eckhart Tolle, The Power of Now, when Oprah came on, it was just rebranding. It was just saying like, we are conscious beings, and therefore within the light of our consciousness, we have emotions, we have thoughts, we have ideas and stuff like that, and that we shouldn't take our thoughts, ideas, beliefs and stuff so seriously, because they're really not us. We are so much deeper. We're our spirit of consciousness, and stuff like that. I love that. That's beautiful, because my noisy mind that was driving me crazy, I was able to put distance and say, I'm not that. I'm just going to watch it. It's like I'm here, and that noisy thing's the TV. At least there's a little tranquility. It really helped, but it still didn't do what I needed. So all I'm saying is that I didn't want to become a Christian. I did everything besides Christianity. I did not believe in Christianity. I had all of the doubts. When I came to Christianity, I still had so many doubts. It's just that I started to talk to God and say, I want to know the truth. I'm at the point where
So what you said, I started to talk to God. I wanted to know the truth
about Jesus.
It just feels okay, or Jesus. It just feels to me like you were still, as a human, Homo sapien, still looking for some answer outside of your own self.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so whereas I'm saying, and I think if we look back on and I might have to look back on my stream, or your stream, but I think I believe my own sanity at this point, whereas I was never looking for some sort of external justification about, in my heart, how I felt. It was always positive. It was always empathetic. It was always a light. It was never looking for some sort of salvation or a book or a writer or some other person to save me. And so this is the reality where if it maybe it took us 4 hours, I see on the stream, to get here, but maybe it took me 4 hours to make this clear, but I never struggled with these, like I struggle with demons with alcohol, but I don't struggle at all with demons of,
right. So this is my version. This is me. Okay. I still have pride. Okay.
I have pride.
Listen, I still have pride. I still am selfish. I still, will indulge in alcohol once in a while and get drunk and slip up and stuff like that. I'm very careful with that because it's like once or twice a year, special occasions, stuff like that. Look, I am. So it doesn't matter right now, Jason. Right now, I would not want to go into paradise, heaven, let's say, where everyone's perfect, like they only have virtue. I would mess it up. I would screw it up. As nice as I am, I'm still, once in a while I'd be in heaven. Maybe I'd want to go get drunk. Oh, maybe, and what they're saying is, no matter how good you are, all humans, you're not perfect like God. And what God wants to do is to clean you so that you're perfect.
But where do you get this idea?
Into his
where
presence
do you get the idealism of God is that much perfect that you cannot also be human? This is the part that really scares me about, like, the way you think a little bit, is because, okay, so what scares me a little bit about the way you think is that you think that there's like so much more perfectionism about God, where in a little way you think like, am I being judged? I'm still a good person. I'm empathetic. I do everything really good. I have a conscience. I feel guilt. I feel bad. I live my life in such a OCD kind of sense that the only bad things I do is I drink and I work hard. There's really nothing else to tell about my life if I was an open book. And then I talk to people like you, and I feel like you're saying like, well, there's so much more bad things. I'm really so much nothing going on in my life that I could not be like broken down anymore. Like there's nothing else. There's nothing else because I live. Maybe it's my Catholic upbringing. I don't know, but there's like literally nothing else. And
If I would enter heaven
so when I
the way I am, I would ruin it the way right now. Even as a saved Christian who is not perfect yet, and the Bible doesn't say once you're a Christian, you're perfect now, you're holy, you're godly, and all the other people are ungodly. It doesn't say that. It says that we're all ungodly, we all fall short of the glory of God, and we have all sinned. We all have darkness right now in us, and that darkness isn't compatible in the spiritual world with a God that is not like that. Here's an example. Okay, you enjoy. Okay, no, not you. We tend to enjoy people who are similar to us. It's relaxing talking with somebody that has the same political view or has the same interest in sports or has the same religious or whatever. So we tend to have we tend to say, I'm very close with that person. Does that mean that you're sitting on their lap? No, you're saying my qualities and their qualities are very, very similar. And the more
camaraderie.
then we'll use a phrase like, I'm very close. Oh, we're on the same page. Oh, we're on the same channel. So what I'm saying is that in the spiritual world, okay, God is perfect. Okay, we're not. Even if it's slightly imperfect, we can't be in his presence. It's like being with somebody who is like completely the opposite of you in every aspect. You don't swear, they're a potty mouth. You don't drink, they drink, let's say, anything, like whatever. You're not interested in this, they are. You're a Trump supporter, they're like, you can see it. It's very hard. The more that you're not the same, the more that you have to consciously watch how you navigate around people so that you don't clash with people. So that's the kind of way, okay? Being with somebody, okay, people that are Christians and stuff like that, they like to hang around with Christians and talk the same stuff.
Is there any way in your world that you could be like an actual really good person and exist without having any religion in their life?
Yes, God created us with a moral compass. So it says that even those who do not have the law written in their heart.
That's who I am.
So that their conscience is a law unto themselves.
So that's who I am. Yeah.
Sometimes condemning themselves and sometimes justifying. So our conscience. So it says that it doesn't matter if you're not aware of the written law in the Old Testament.
I'm not so sure about the justifying, but I am so sure about like.
Well, your conscience, right? If you do an action, so your conscience will let you know with guilt if you go through and now
exactly. If you do something wrong,
you might do something very stern and then reflect on it and
so
say,
I feel that way. So here's a question. I feel like that's the way I raised my children because I did not raise them with religion, and I also feel that's exactly. I would think that I actually truly believe. I've asked them a couple of times because they know I talk to you. I've asked them a couple of times if that's the way they feel, and yeah, we're not raised with religion, and it's treat others the way they want to be treated in the golden rule, and they're really good people, and I think that's kind of like good enough. I don't think we need to like go through the whole like written word and like reading and everything.
That's why I do the Christian stuff here. Besides that,
I don't really talk about it.
So
I
well, here's a question.
I'm more
Here's a
on
question.
guard.
Like, would you ever give up sort of the Christianity channel and just go into a different space of the golden rule? Like, would you give it like what is driving you so much about this Bible and the
Because
Testament?
right or wrong, I
Okay.
am thoroughly convinced, and I think that I came to my conclusions based on not superficial research. So, right or wrong,
Yeah.
I know my intent is I am thoroughly convinced.
Yeah.
Am I 100% convinced? No, because we can't be 100% sure of anything. Okay, you could be a sim character, kind of, you know what I mean? Like when we
Yeah.
get to the philosophy, we have to be humble and not know that. That's fine.
Yeah.
So, and if it's revealed that I was wrong, then I will be. But
Yeah. So you're
I
more erring on that side
why
of caution.
would I, after doing all of this and now all my answers
Yeah.
are,
Yeah.
all my questions are answered, the emptiness inside is filled, I'm advancing in wisdom as I age, I'm not becoming
Yeah.
more
Yeah.
and more foolish, I'm not stagnating. Man, I got like people like at the hospital, like they're in their like 55 and 60s, and these they're fighting over like children, and I'm like, I'm in my head, I'm like looking at these two guys with white hair, and I'm going like, wow, did they acquire any wisdom like throughout? And it's like, no, they didn't. And I'm like, they advanced zero, you know.
Personally, Jason,
I say that in my head, I don't
I'm
tell
gonna
them that, you know.
Yeah, no. Personally, Jason, I want to keep this. I want you to hear this, but I want to keep this for like you and I can talk privately. But personally,
we're
I
online.
find it very fascinating that you are obviously in the hospitals and seeing a lot of people in a very stressful situations. I'm fascinated by. I would love to hear that would be a different channel, honestly, because I have the same thing in law where people are so stressed out and are having private conversations of like personal crises and stress that in law and medical, I think a lot of people don't see these situations, you know, and personally, I
You know, I have this, right?
have that conversation with you.
You know, I have this channel.
Sorry, no, I can't. I have to bring that up. I'm going to look on my
I
TV.
saw that. I saw that channel. Yes.
Yeah, like
Sorry, no, I did not know that.
yeah. So it's Palma Vista guided APRV. So APRV is a mechanical ventilation mode. I'm almost the only one in the Quebec region that uses it. I have like hospitals calling me to know how to set up this mode and stuff
I
like that.
need to put the link in the thing, and I'm going to click it.
Well, I can put it in a second.
Okay.
I'll just.
Yeah, no, I did. I did. not know you had-
Jason, I saw this and I'm there. Oh my goodness.
So if
That's
you're
way
interested
over
in-
my head. What is this?
Like, to be honest, it's super cool. Even if you're not like a healthcare professional, just to go like, especially after what they said about like, oh yeah, they're all putting them on mechanical ventilators and killing patients and stuff like that. It's like, really? Okay, this is me. Okay, watch
Yeah.
this. Sometimes I am like 2 hours at the bedside, and I'm using
Yeah.
this. I even have these are lectures, you know, that I've done in the States and stuff like that. And I was hired by this German company to do lectures and stuff like that. So I used to lecture internationally there. So if you go to this video, I'll just choose like a very short one.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. I didn't know you had it.
Yeah. I think you'd like it because you're always like, I'm curious, like, you know, you work at work. And so let me see. There's probably a short one that has cool graphics, maybe.
Yeah, I just subscribed there. I'll look at this over the weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's funny with when you said the
Here.
German connection. my
Here,
my
just,
daughter
just this.
my daughter and her fiance, they both work
Yeah.
for a German company.
Yeah. Well, check this one. Okay. Just 24 seconds.
Yeah.
But you can see how happy, like I'm enjoying my job here.
This was the initial one when we were in the recovery room having trouble with the dorsal region.
This is the distribution
watch
of air
this.
in the lung.
Boom. I love
Wow.
my job.
It's a perfect
It's down
circle
to
of
35%.
air.
We got a phi of 18. And he's setting 94.
So they called me on that patient, okay, and
Yeah.
he
Hey, guys.
was
So
Oh, man.
what happened? He went for surgery. When they came to intubate him, when they put him to sleep to put the intubation for the general surgery, he vomited. Vomit went into his lungs. So they had to go in with a bronchoscopy camera, try and suction the most out of it. They had to, and he was in recovery room on 100% oxygen. And what you are seeing here, okay, on the previous one, that's blue circle. Did you see before that little thing? It didn't look like a circle. It was like kind of
Yeah.
like the
The
bottom
barbell, yeah.
was all the vomit basically had affected all the distribution of air to the bases there, and that's where the most of the gas exchange happens, where the blood is on the lower part of the lung, where the air transfers that gases. So we tried to open up the base of the lung, but it wasn't opening up, and it was getting transmitted to the ventral, to the anterior part. So if we would have continued, we would have hurt that patient's good lung here. He would have had crappy lungs because of the vomit. We would have over distended his lungs here, and that would have caused lung injury. And this is where you can run into trouble. And because I use this monitor, I was like, okay, yep, it's we know why he's not satting well. Let's try and open it up. So I told him, I said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to flip that guy on his stomach. We're going to put all his body weight on the good lung, the front. Okay. And I said, we're going to remove all the body weight from his back. And now we're going to put my mode where I apply continuous pressure with very brief releases and then back up. And that happened within about 2 hours. The guy had beautiful distribution. He was almost on room air the next day. We extubated the guy. If we would not have done that, if we would have not put the monitor that I use, we would have been guessing. We would have been trying stuff, looking at the oxygen if it improved. We would have been, without this monitor, a lot of what we're doing is very blind. And
I mean, honestly, it's so scary to think about suffocating and not breathing. Like, it's just like
that would have been really good
right?
for
Like, that's so
additional.
Jason, if anything bad happens to me, I want you there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyways, like
plus see a pretty interesting case study.
I could actually, this channel has really great potential of growing, because if you actually look at
the fact that you're putting yourself out there is pretty brave.
Right. No, exactly. Well, that's how I ended up actually getting hired by the company. They fell on my videos, and they were able to reach me. So here, the APRV, I just write the mode and I pop up ahead, and see, this is my videos. See, that's not my video, but look at all the videos that pop up. I'm almost the only guy popping up. Oh, there you have like the Draeger company. So this technology is just coming out in the United States. The minute it comes out, people will be looking for case studies, for examples of how to use this and stuff like that. And
so you were pretty advanced for sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor. I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah.
I basically, I read just like you said, like my brain doesn't stop. So that's why I'm excessive with the Bible study, and like Bible, I got to research, got to learn everything. but it's the same
Yeah.
thing with this. When I'm passionate about something,
Yeah.
you know, me and Bruce were like that. This is kind of my my telescope here. You know, that's my baby. But yeah, check it out. I'll
I
put
will.
the
I actually subscribe, and I'm gonna check it out for sure.
copy
Like
link.
like I understand you. Like look, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a law clerk. So, but it doesn't mean my brain's not on fire and I can't do the same crap. You're the same. Like you may not be a doctor. You're just under, but like you can still do all the work
You
and
know,
all the stuff.
this is one of the biggest things. Okay, I I was in my 20s. I wasn't taking life too serious. Okay.
Yeah.
I always wanted to be a doctor. So I
Yeah.
was 5 years
I
old.
always
And
wanted to be a
first
lawyer
thing,
or a cop.
yeah, the first thing, my mom was like, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" I want to be a doctor. Like, okay, that's
Yeah.
weird. So, anyways, by the time I'm in high school and stuff like that, I went through puberty late, so I wasn't unpopular, but didn't have any girlfriends or anything like that. Even college, uh, you know, uh, you know, so started partying in my 20s. You know, so started working. But what was the context of what I was trying to say?
That you wanted to be a doctor, but you just
Oh
didn't.
yes. So I get into the field and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and I'm
You
good
get
at it.
you get a little taste of it, you know.
Yeah, I'm good at it, and I'm a sponge, and I'm just like
I did the
soaking
same in
up.
law. Yeah, I was 18 years old. I did the same thing in law.
And,
Yeah.
and then I start getting like, Jason, you should have been a doctor, and like, man, you would have been a good doctor. You're amazing. You know, but first of all, it was making me
The
more
money.
resentful that I wasn't a doctor. So I was very resentful, and then I was always seeking recognition, attention. I was doing something good, and then I was telling everybody, "Oh yeah, the doctor wasn't able to, and I was able to." That's pure ego, and I knew it, and
Yeah.
I was feeling horrible, and this is why I was saying I'm sick in the head spiritually.
Oh, you shouldn't have felt horrible. You should have been like helping people.
So all of that to say is that finally God put me through the ringer, humbled me. I was off on sick leave for a while, came back. Let's just say I was very, very grateful of where I was in life, and I was happy where I was put. So then, now, when you try and shine, you dim your light. People see it when you're trying to shine. When you shine, but you just walk away and you don't seek recognition, people even recognize you more. So now I'm done with that at work. I'm done seeking recognition. The recognition is always coming, and I'm like, I appreciate it. I'm like, wow, like I'm really like I'm offering something that is unique that others can't offer at the hospital. So it's very, very gratifying. But my ego that was always seeking recognition and stuff like that has like diminished by 90%. It's like 10% there still, so I have so much more peace at work, because I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I am, this is the way I see it. God doesn't care what you're saying to him. If you say, I love you, God, and then you treat other people horribly, when you
Yeah.
face to face, I have a feeling he's going to say, the way you treated the most vulnerable is the way you treated me. So I don't care what you said. I care what you did.
100%.
So now when I go into hospital, I go, God, you're the one that gave me talent. You're the one that gave me skills. Obviously, if you know that I have the skills because you gave it. So if you need me to step in, set it up, and I'll be there. Meaning I'm not trying. I'm there. Let the doctors do that. They sense that I'm not like trying to get in there to do my, like, I want to do it and stuff like that. It's relaxing. And I end up like, getting it when they can't. And it's just, my life is like so much more happier inside. And that was the spiritual difference. It had no scientific difference.
because I was just as good when I was miserable inside and seeking prideful recognition. I did find a great amount of peace. I knew that it was an empty road trying to seek recognition. I saw the doctors doing that. It's like, well, they're doctors. Why are they still seeking recognition? And then I saw in the Bible, it said, the eye is never done with seeing, the ear is never done with hearing, the tongue is never done with tasting. And if you're seeking recognition, you'll never be done seeking recognition.
Here's a question, Jason.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel humbled? And what's your day-to-day about feeling humbled? Like your day-to-day?
Yeah, because I can't share all of my dirty laundry. Okay.
But your
let's just say
day-to-day.
my addictions and stuff
Are
like
you
that.
humbled? Yeah.
Let's just say it says all secrets will come to light, and very often it does. And my dark secret, okay, because while I was struggling with alcoholism at night when I'd go home, while I was like depressions, while I was sleeping through the summers, while I was suffering, I would go put a smile when I went to work. Funny, I was great at my job, and inside
You're
I was
high
saying that
functioning.
I would get cancer. I literally was so in a bad place at that point that then it started to show, and then I had to go off work, and all of I was humiliated. I felt humiliated, and then after that created humility. So I wasn't grateful for what God gave me, and for the talents He gave me. And I feel that He humbled me by completely leveling me and then building me back up. And that's what He's done. And this is my personal private thing. I kind of screwed up recently, and my conscience, I knew I wasn't supposed to be doing something, and I got nailed. He humbled me. And I said, you know what? Thank you. Because I knew here I am believing in God, talking and annoying you with my daily breads. Yet if I truly believe that God was watching, why did I continue doing what I shouldn't have been doing?
Well, this was going to be my next question is, do you think that you're maybe unsalvageable and maybe that's just your nature, and everything you're trying to force upon yourself about God and humility is just not who you are, and you're not you're not acknowledging your true soul?
Well, I believe that I'm a living soul, that I have a physical body, and that I have a spirit, and I believe that I have a fallen nature.
But do you think you're fighting that?
Well,
that you're a fallen nature.
Most anybody trying to go on a spiritual path.
All the time and fighting a fallen nature, to me, sounds exhausting. Which
no, to me, having a fallen nature.
I'm on the opposite end. I feel like I'm on the opposite end. I feel like I'm constantly fighting the fact that I'm a humbled person and a good nature, and evil is always against me, and I feel completely diametrically exposed. What do you call it? Diametrically opposed to you. Yeah.
I all I can say is my conscience does not tolerate even wrong intentions. It's like somebody who is a gymnast, and it's an art, and they decided to do that path, and they sleep because when they sleep, they're thinking about gymnastics. When they eat, they're thinking about gymnastics. That's their art, okay? And those who put the effort get, basically
reward.
The reward. And if you're going to go down a Buddhist path, why do you think some Buddhists literally go shave their heads and go live in monasteries and do vows of silence and stuff like that, and they get pleasure doing that? And
they're
trying to attain enlightenment.
Yeah. Right? But I wish I would have.
So for me, it's it's exciting. I'm like.
Well, do you ever feel like you're gonna get over it?
No, I'm researching.
Get over it.
Get over what?
get over to the exciting search and just
I'm
get
in the exciting
down to,
search.
pardon me?
For me, I am excited. Like I
Like
wouldn't
that's what
be,
I
I wouldn't
mean.
be
So
talking
that's my
about God
question.
for
Do you think
hours and
you're ever
hours.
gonna? What happens when you get to the bottom of the exciting search? Like you're just gonna find yourself back in humility and no answers. Basically,
Well, like I
that's
said, you're the
what
one that's
my world.
constantly, you're saying constantly, I don't understand and I'm losing my mind. I don't understand why they're doing that. And I'm saying, oh, I understand because the Bible says it's
Yeah,
spiritual.
because I'm done searching. Like I've already done all my
Right.
search.
Well, I'm not done my search. I think
Yeah.
that we
But then again, I have to remember you're 20 years younger than me. So
yeah, the Bible is look, you can just keep on going infinitely deeper, you know, and then at one point, you know, you're going to have to think of learning Hebrew and learning Greek, and then after being able to read the Greek manuscripts, because there are issues with translations and stuff like that,
yeah,
and so
which I said,
so
yeah.
for me, when I retire at 55,
Maybe in 20 years
okay,
you'll be where I'm at.
I'll be heavily in fellowship at a good church with good people that I like, not because God is telling me to go to church, because I just like hang around with people, but it's going to be a church that has living, you know,
In
not
20 years I'll be 74. We'll hook up.
yeah.
In
And
20,
then, well, you know,
20
it's
years
just,
I'll be 74. And anyways, I just had a conversation, really terrible one, but in any event, it happened. My mother is 72 and her mother is 94, something like that. Anyways, we had a conversation and they're kind of crazy nuts. They just live their lives the way they understand it, but I find it very fascinating that they're living in some sort of parallel universe of their history and timeline versus, you know, mine, let alone my own children, let alone your age, and then your wife, a little bit younger, and then their children and grandchildren. I find it very fascinating that it makes more and more sense to me every time I think about it, that everybody has their timeline and their thinking and their understanding and their what's going on in their brain and stuff like that. So it's very fascinating to me about thinking about that. And we can't really expect each other to understand each other because we all have day-to-day different timelines. It's
right.
very fascinating to me.
Right, and that's why I changed from my channel to Jason John Schwartz, because like where am I posting this? Maybe my Facebook. I do it live at the same time, and that's it. I don't I like there's people at the hospital that know I have a YouTube. They follow me, so if they come to me and stuff and start discussing, yeah, I'll get into a chat. But I'm not a street preacher. I'm not going around trying to convert everybody at work. I do my job when I go to work, and when I am here, my spare time and my passion and stuff is Bible study. And my life has been, only whether it's a delusion or not, has been much more satisfying, much more happy. I like the worldview. I like the narrative, the historical narrative that lays out. I think that it's way more plausible than evolution in 15 billion years. And I am slowly researching and gaining more and more confidence. And I believe that I'm right or wrong, being intellectually honest, or else I would have just stopped, because I could have, I could think of it this way. If I was just a spiritual force written, okay, and I'm talking about all of the different religions and books, and we're going to go into the Bhagavad Gita, and we're going to do the Tao Te Ching, and I'm going to comment. It's like, I'm sure, man, this would be way more open. We would have like 5,000 people by now, because that's a spirituality. People love it. I could add aliens into there, wide open. But it's like,
You're focused. You're focused
Right.
on
But-
what you care about.
But like we just did 2030 agenda for sustainable development. That's not Christian and stuff like that. What I often do is I look through things through a biblical lens so that people say, well, maybe I'll be like, oh yeah, you know, agenda 2030, they're making this. Hey, look, the Bible, by the way, mentions that about, and then I go on, you know, just kind of saying like, well, the Bible got that right. Just letting you know that kind of thing. Anyways, I'm going to let you go.
Yeah. I know I'm good.
We did a
Thank
good.
you. It was very interesting.
It was. I'll change the title to I don't know. Um,
Rant.
no, I'll just do hashtags, you know, instead because we did talk about. We did well. It was like the second half was a bit getting into our typical circular conversations, but
I'll trust you on that, my dear. I don't particularly.
hey,
I'm
if ever you're using
I'm not too worried anymore.
if ever you're using a StreamYard, you know, on the top right, I know there's a way for you to click something up on the top right where while you're on my channel, you're actually streaming live on yours so that your viewers as well can get it. Oops, I don't know if she just left by accident, but either way, we're gonna end it here, Margaret. But yeah, the LA, if you're still there hearing me, I know there's a way because Bruce did it while he was on my channel. He clicked something and he was live streaming. So both channels are streaming the same stream, and then it gets archived as yours and the views count and all that stuff. So it's something to look into, LA, because you know you can build your channel that way as well. Okay, all right.
All right. God
Margaret,
bless.
wish you a good night. God bless. Love you.
Take care.
All right. See ya. All right, guys. Wife is here, so I am out of here. God bless. Sorry for the short stream. I promise next time, you know, I'll spend a little bit more time and effort.